the very expensive telescope, and I could see you fully getting into astronomy and then go bird watching afterwards.
Yeah. No, we did
The things you love to do.
Preston has a roof deck on his and they have a telescope, and we were looking at Saturn has the rings, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's actually doesn't Jupiter have a light ring around it?
Yeah, I think Uranus has a ring
Yes.
too.
Yeah.
That's not a joke.
Yeah.
No, but
And a butt plug.
but we were looking at it was Saturn.
Okay.
And it was so cool. I mean, listen, Kath, it was tiny, but
You could see the
see the
rings.
ring,
That's
and
cool.
that was cool.
When you pick out the rings of Saturn for the first time, because that's such a classic celestial. There, you see that, you know what you're looking at,
Yeah.
and it is amazing.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you got into that, Kathy. Because
Well, I put a reminder on my phone. I'm like, I have to go outside and
there
look at the
you go.
planets.
Well, of course, Preston is out today and tomorrow, and we have a whole bunch of stuff going on. That would include Brian Propp stopping by later on. He's talking about a charity thing that's coming up. We have John Brazier. It's opening day today. A lot of information about what's going on with the Phillies and some ticket availability, which might be coming your way. Lisa Traeger, who's performing at Punchline, she'll be in. She's great. She's later on in the show. And so we're going to do a little bit of content. As we said before, I kind of laid out the proposal. We could run best of bits. We always kind of do a hybrid if one of us is gone. But the idea was, do you want quality best of bits or fair to Midland live bits? And you opted for this latter choice.
Did they opt or did it?
I think they did, yeah.
Nick was keeping an eye on it.
Yeah.
And so
The people have spoken.
They
All
have
right.
spoken, much to our chagrin. But yes, no.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is Preston always does the entertainment break. And as you pointed out yesterday, Casey, no one can do it. I mean, this guy is around the clock on the phones calling TMZ,
Yeah.
Perez Hilton. This is what he does.
Yeah.
But we have a few things to talk about. And one of the things is tonight, I was very interested to see this. Diane Sawyer is having that sit down with Jeremy Renner. And
Yeah.
now earlier this week, we saw Jeremy Renner in one of those low gravity treadmill devices.
Yeah.
If you told me from what we heard when we originally heard about his injury, the snowplow accident, crushing him,
Yeah.
and what we saw there, I would not have believed it for anything. Yet here he is. And so they have issued some teaser video and audio, and he looks phenomenal. So I thought it might be worth playing back some of that audio and kind of tease the event.
Yeah,
later.
because when this happened, you just like I want to know what happened. Like I want to know all the details.
It never became clear. And listen, and not that it's the onus is on them to explain to us everything that's going on, but it seemed when you heard a multi-ton snowplow, like a Vail, like a ski resort snowplow has run over someone. First off, you're saying, okay, you're going to make funeral arrangements, I assume. Then we hear he's alive. And then within days, we're seeing him on Instagram.
Yeah.
It's just astonishing. It is a miracle on multiple levels. So let's run through some of the clips. Diane Sawyer, of course, her main mission is to get people to cry. But she asks Jeremy Renner about the actual point of the accident and what his perceptions and memories were as it was going on.
Do you remember the pain?
Oh, all of it. Yeah, I was awake through every moment.
I just perfectly see him in a pool of blood coming from his head. When I ran up to him, I didn't think he was alive.
I'd do it again.
You'd do it again?
Yeah, I'd do it again. Because it's going right at my nephew.
So the second voice you heard was the nephew.
Right.
All right. So apparently, and I did not realize this, is that the snowplow was off and running by itself, heading towards his nephew. And that's what prompted Jeremy Renner to try to jump out or jump in. That's what I still don't know.
Yeah.
And that's when he got pulled under the snowplow.
So that's why he's saying, would you do it again? He's saying, yeah, I'm trying to
save my nephew.
So we're gonna find out more.
So,
he did save his nephew.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. The nephew is there. So just to put in perspective, by the way, let's go to the cut where Diane Sawyer lists the injuries that Jeremy Renner had.
8 ribs broken in 14 places.
Yeah.
Right knee, right ankle broken, left leg tibia broken, the left ankle broken, right clavicle broken, right shoulder broken, face-eyed socket, the jaw, the mandible broken, lung collapsed, pierced from the rib bone, your liver, which sounds terrifying.
Yeah. I'm thinking, like, what's my body look like? Am I just going to be like a spine and And a brain like a science experiment.
So my wife just fractured her rib a couple of days ago. It is so precarious when you have anything rib related, right? So it's just like a fracture, and she has to really baby it. I mean, she's trying to fight the inclination.
Very painful, right?
It's very painful. So, and that was just that. He's got multiple ribs broken and all of that stuff going on, and he's doing as well as he is. And now, Casey, play the clip. We have the 911 call from the nephew. You can hear Jeremy Renner in the background, and you can hear the nephew trying to calm Renner as he's trying to talk to the 911 responder.
Someone's been run over by a snowcat. Hurry. He's been crossed. There's a lot of blood over here. He is in rough shape. Keep breathing, man. Keep fighting. Hang in there, brother.
Oh, wow.
This was the sound of someone that was dying.
Oh, the sound of someone
That
that was
is
dying.
terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have you
remember
ever-
we played that clip when they were at the he made it to somebody's house, correct?
No, he didn't move.
He didn't move.
No.
Yeah, he
Didn't
called
move.
an Uber.
But there was somebody, this other guy was chiming in, and you could hear all of that groaning and moaning in the background.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
apparently the nephew making the call.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then there was a neighbor. So I guess it's routine for him where's it again? It's his home. God Almighty.
Oh, Lake Tahoe?
Tahoe, of
Yeah.
course. And of course, they've been getting, slammed with snow. So he was, doing what he normally does. And then there was this incident that involved his nephew where he had to, jump in and try to save his nephew. And obviously he got injured.
Yeah.
But a 911 call where that guy was pretty calm.
Yeah.
Have you ever had to make a 911 call?
I have.
Yeah.
And I'm, I was trying to, I know that I have because I remember being on the phone with the 911 people and I was, okay, I need to remain calm.
Because that's what you're told to
I
do.
need to give them the information. And, there's a couple of different times. There was one time I was driving down City Line Avenue and there was a dude laying in the middle of the road, right? So, and I'm on my way into work and I'm like, okay, I have to turn around and make sure that this guy's okay, right? Because he's laying in the middle of the road. By the time I turned around and came back around, now he's standing up. This dude was out of his mind on drugs.
Okay.
He started pointing his finger at me like a gun. And telling me to get out of the car, and I was like, okay. And I'm like, so it was a different 911 call.
Okay.
It was, at first I thought it was a 911 call that a guy was injured. Then it was like, no, there's a guy who's a little bit out of his mind at this point.
In a panicked injury case, I don't know. I mean, I've done, hey, there was an accident, everyone's fine. I don't know how I would respond if that in that situation, because they tell you to remain calm.
Yeah.
And the people who are 911 operators are told, are instructed in ways to calm people down. I'd be freaking the hell out.
Yeah, I wonder if, obviously, I wonder what kind of training a 911 operator has to go through in order to become a 911 operator. Do you want to?
Yeah, sure. Let's get our answer and then.
Yeah. So we probably have to do this first. Let's go to. We're going to go to Tom, I think, on line 5 because he's got, I believe, the answer for the stupid question, which is what car manufacturer's logo is known as the bow tie. Tom, are you there?
Yeah, good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Oh, it's okay.
It's
Let's
quite all right.
see if we can set you up with a prize. You have the answer?
Yes, Chevy.
Chevy is right! Oh, my God!
All right, Tom, you have won yourself a pair of tickets for the Metallica 72 Seasons Worldwide Listening Party, and that is coming to theaters nationwide for one night only, Thursday, April 13th. Be the first to hear the new Metallica album in its entirety the day before release, and that is going to be played on the big screen with full surround and featuring introductions from the band for every single song. And for tickets and a list of participating theaters, you can visit metallica.film. Congratulations, Tom. We're going to put you on hold and get your information. But I want to know what kind of training an operator has to go through.
It's. I assume it's elaborate because you're having to assess the situation. The information that's being relayed to you is of critical importance. You heard that nephew in that clip we just played. Mm-hmm. And seeing his uncle under a freaking snowplow.
Yeah.
And being what I consider to be relatively calm.
Yeah. And how old was the nephew?
He seems to be in his early 20s, late teens.
So he's a little bit more mature. He's not like a little kid. Because I just keep thinking of my buddy Bill, who, he was working construction and he had his foot crushed and run over by a backhoe.
Did he make his own 911 call?
No. No, but dude, the guy driving it.
right.
That's awful. By the way, in Pennsylvania, you need 104 hours of classroom and hands-on training, which includes mandated EMD and CPR certifications.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of different training topics that you have to cover, and you have to have some sort of degree as well, I believe.
I mean, that's the between the point of accident and response. That's the critical component.
Yeah.
So it's so you were saying about your
Yeah. So what sucked is the guy that was driving the backhoe. It was literally he was retiring. It was his last day on the job, and so they were moving some sort of big metal plate.
They should have made it a prank.
I know, a big metal plate, and it was like through like a really like narrow entrance. So my buddy Bill was in a position that he wouldn't normally be in. Next thing you know, his foot is being run over by this huge piece of machinery, and he screams at the top of his lungs like in agony. And the guy stops, and when he stops on his foot.
Oh no!
And then when he realizes what had happened, he's like, "Oh crap! I need to get off of his foot." And then he ended up spinning the tire on his foot.
So who called 911?
It wasn't my buddy Bill. It was one of his coworkers. So I think there were only like 3 or 4 people on the job. So one of those guys had to
think about that. That's a panic situation. You've only made the matter 10 times worse. I had a situation. Well, actually, I did. I saw an accident. Car slid, rolled up on its side. This is back in Long Island. And then fell down, kind of went up on 2 wheels and then fell back down as it was spinning out. So I'm on the phone. I call 911, and a woman jumps out of the car and like bear hugs me. Like, I don't know what she thought I did, if I used telekinesis to right the car or whatever.
Right.
But she was wrapped around me as I'm trying to talk to 911 because I didn't know if she was injured or not. But at that point, I assumed she was good enough to almost strangle hug me to death.
Right.
But in those situations where you try to remotely control a situation and get information, I mean, it's got to be really really tough.
Yeah, so we do have Ashley on line 3 who called 911 for a coworker. If you want to talk to her.
Yeah, sure, Ashley. Ashley, how you doing? Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you have a good connection, Ashley. You called 911 for a coworker who passed out. Tell us what happened.
So I was actually sitting in our break room when my coworker lost consciousness for the first time, and one of our managers ran in saying he needed help because he couldn't get him up off the ground. So I grabbed my phone. First thing I did was call 911, and it wasn't so much the scary part of calling 911. It was the phone call afterwards, calling my coworker's wife to let her know what happened.
Yeah, I know. I can certainly see that. Did you keep a cool head while you did it? Because obviously, I
did.
Well, good for you, because I remember going all the way back to elementary school. They taught you about making 911 calls, and we ran actually through, trying to a mock situation.
Yeah.
Mock, yeah.
Yeah.
So you.
Yeah. When calling 911, if you stay calm in the situation, I feel like then you're getting all the information that you need to give them. So that way, when ambulance or whatever, authority personnel comes, then they have everything that they need. Because if they're coming and don't know any of the information, then it makes it more.
Yeah, obviously that's the desired result is that you're imparting that information, keeping a cool head, and then hopefully helping the person who's injured. Well, thanks, Ashley. I appreciate the call. Let's go to Wayne on line 1, Case.
Yeah, and I want to, because Wayne is a 911 operator and has been one for almost 20 years, and I have a couple of questions I want to ask him. Wayne, how you doing?
Good morning, guys. Sorry to bother you at work.
Hey, Wayne, not a problem at all. So that's a long time to be a 911 operator. So what is the standard thing that you would tell anyone who's placing a 911 call in a crisis situation or in a very tenuous situation?
There's really not much that we can tell somebody. It's more about how someone handles stress. But what we're trained to do is a tactic that they call repetitive persistence.
Right.
We basically will ask you the same question, and we try to keep our voices at a calm level so that we're not rising up to meet your anxiety or the way that you're excited, so that eventually our voice is going to break through that, and you might have a moment where you're calm enough to answer the question and get the information that we need. So we have a script that we'll follow, questions that we have to ask. Where you're at is obviously one of the most important things, because if we don't know where to send help, we can't get it to you.
Right. So let me ask you quickly. In a situation where you're in a 911 call center, and I assume you're surrounded by other people taking calls as well, Are there sort of supervisors like pit bosses going around to sort of provide, assistance if you need it?
So I work for Burlington County, which is just over the river in New Jersey. Our shifts consist of 2 supervisors who have a seat just in the center of our comm center, and they'll oversee basically the entire operation for the day. And then beyond that, we have senior operators that are stationed throughout each division. So we have call taking, the firing, the EMS dispatch side, and the police side all in the one building.
Right.
So each also has a senior operator that'll sit there so that if there is something that comes up that the supervisors can't get to, the seniors are there to assist you as well. And then most of the operators are pretty seasoned as well, so that they can handle something if it comes up.
Right. So there's a good infrastructure in place to handle all this. So when the calls come in, am I correct in assuming when a call comes in, now there's the technology will automatically or should bring up the address of the person calling?
For the most part, yeah. So if you call from a landline, most landlines are directly connected to our Annie and Alley system, which basically tells us exactly what house you're at.
And what about with the cell? So as you call with the cell, how does that work?
So most cell phone technology now is on what we call a wireless phase. If you're using a newer phone like the iPhones, you usually have what's called a phase 2, which gives us up to 100 feet your latitude and longitude. And then we have technology now that's coming out that's called Rapid SOS, which will actually give us within to probably 5 to 10 feet as long as you're still.
Wow.
That's cool.
Hey, Wayne, I want to ask you a question because I've, on a couple of different occasions, have accidentally called 911 because they have a feature on your iPhone.
It sucks. I panic like crazy when it starts to kick in.
So if you hold the side buttons down for I don't know how long, you end up getting an alert, and then you call 911. So the one time I actually I was riding my bike and my phone went off, and then so I had to stop and then talk to the person and let them know that I didn't mean to call 911. But I had always heard on a landline, if you dial 911, they're coming no matter what. You can tell them that it was a false call, but they need to show up regardless. But I was on my cell phone on a bike. What do you do in that situation?
So if we can actually talk to you and we can verify where you're at, we'll ask people, hey, can you stay where you're at just so we can verify? It's a law with the state of New Jersey, at least, if someone calls 911 and we have an address or a good location, we still have to send the police officers out just to verify.
Okay.
If you're not there anymore, you're not there. There's nothing we can do. We can't force people.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, how many times have you done that though, and something was actually wrong, like that? Maybe I don't know.
They begged off the call, but there was still something wrong.
But there was still something.
Yeah, it happens. There are people that will call and then hang up because they're in a domestic situation and they're scared. And because we have a good address, we still send somebody out there.
You actually see that where someone will, they're being held captive or they're in a state of duress and they're with someone who's an attacker or someone who's holding them hostage, and they will surreptitiously call 911, not have to get on the phone, and that alerts you guys. I guess why that's why it's in place, correct?
Yep. Yeah, that's always it's a fail safe basically for people. But I mean, we're getting to the point now where you can text 911.
True.
So we can.
Yeah.
All right.
Are there code words? Like if I were to call 911 and trying to do it on the sly, are there code words that people use to let you know what sort of situation they're in?
No, we don't actually train for any of that. I mean, I've seen if you call it and order a weird pizza, and
I would like to order a pizza with an assault topping.
Yeah.
But wouldn't that would
add a little domestic abuse on that if you wouldn't mind?
But wouldn't that raise some red flags where you're like, okay, is something going on here?
Well, again, we're still if we can get where you're at, we'll still send the police. We always, at the bottom, line of what we do, we're going to send the police no matter what if we can verify where you're at.
Wow.
And also, I didn't know you can text 911.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just found that out.
Wait. Hold on. Stay on the line.
This is crazy.
Yeah, we have Jen is on line 4, and you.
Do you want to conference them or no?
Well, yeah. Wait, hold a second. Jen, are you there?
Wait, hang on. I gotta hit it. Right there.
Jen, how are you? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks. So is this right? You called 911 and Wayne was your operator?
Yeah, so my parents live in Gloucester County, and a couple weeks ago, I get a phone call from my mom. Hey, your dad fell in the bathroom. I'm sorry, I'm getting really emotional right now. Wayne kept me so calm on the phone that I was able to talk to him and give him all the information. So, Wayne, I just want to thank you so much.
Wayne, are you there?
My dad's okay.
Let's make sure. Wayne, can you hear?
I can hear.
Okay, yeah. Wayne, this is Jen.
That's what we do it for. And, that's one that we don't actually get a lot of times is the closure or the, to know how the call ended, because it's hang up and go right to the next one.
Oh, that's also Jen. So, and that's what we hope. We hope we get someone like Wayne. And for the most part, that's the way people are. But while that's going on, you're freaking out, and he was able to keep you calm.
Oh, absolutely. And it's funny. I'm getting ready for work, and I'm listening. I'm like, I know that voice from somewhere. When he said he's in Gloucester County.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, son of a gun. It's Wayne. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Yeah, that's very cool. So that you're able to say thank you to Wayne. How is your dad doing?
He's good. He fell, hit his head in the bathroom. He's got some medical issues, but we got him over to Cooper thanks to Wayne.
Yeah.
Thanks to Wayne being such the consummate professional, keeping me calm. It was just so good. And if Wayne's still on the phone, I know.
He can hear
my father's a police officer, retired police officer, and we're very big into the police. And I just want to just send my condolences. They recently had a loss over at the dispatcher.
Yeah.
So definitely want to send our condolences your way to the entire dispatch family over in Gloucester County.
Wow, well, that's got to be cool, Wayne, because you say you don't get the follow-up usually, and here you are. You made a tremendous difference to Jen and her family, so that has to be great.
That is. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Wow.
And Jen, we're glad to hear your dad's doing well. So that's very wild.
Pretty wild.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I know.
Thanks, guys, for calling. Appreciate it.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Yeah. Huh. So there you go. But when you are panicking, whether you've had anytime a nurse or a police officer, a firefighter, someone steps in, a 911 caller, and in your worst moment can help. You're like, help me, and someone does. It makes all the difference in the world.
Who called 911 when you passed out, Steve, and when you passed out, Nick? Do we know who called?
You did.
No, I didn't. I was the first responder.
You gave me mouth to mouth and a rectal exam.
Yes,
and then Kathy went to see if she had any appearances that night.
I'll tell you what I did do though. Afterwards, when it calmed down, I was like, no one called Claire. I called Claire and I let her know.
Thank you.
That and I was like, he's okay, but here's the situation.
Actually, I think when I passed out, the intern Joe called the ambulance because it was back in the old studio,
right?
And I fell onto the floor. And Casey, I think you yelled, "Somebody call 911." And one of our interns, and I believe it was Joe at the time, ended up doing that. And Steve, did you get an ambulance ride over?
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah, okay.
And it was so cool.
Yeah,
because I don't think I've ever ridden in an ambulance. It was my first time, and that was wild. It is. We got on this topic because the Jeremy Renner interview with Diane Sawyer's on tonight, and they actually play a lot of the 911 call. His nephew was the one who placed it and was incredibly calm and cogent and was able to relay the information while still trying to calm Jeremy Renner, who had a snowplow sitting on his chest. But in these cases, these people help tremendously. Kathy, you were saying?
I don't know. I can't remember who called 911 for you, but yours was very dramatic when you fell. I remember Nick's just kind of slumped and slowly fell out of the chair. I remember thinking, what is he doing?
Yeah, he kind of just crumbled.
Nick's doing his yoga.
Yeah, Steve fell like a redwood, and Nick kind of crumbled like a balloon that went out of air.
That's the difference. The difference is I stand and Nick, you were sitting.
Yeah, and I was getting out of the chair, and Preston thought it was a joke. Preston started laughing.
Yeah.
And then I was passed out on the floor. That was a good time.
And and Kathy, once you called Claire, my wife, she immediately checked our life insurance. And started perusing Amazon.
So listen, Jay on line 6, he was a waiter and he accidentally called 911 and I guess was using certain language. Let's get the story from here. Jay, are you there?
Yeah, man. What's up, guys?
Oh, what happened, bro?
Because you're going to describe the fear that every one of us has whenever we accidentally start to set the 911 call off on our iPhones. Go ahead.
Let me tell you, it was terrifying. So I was a cook at a restaurant, and my phone was in my pocket, and I'm yelling. I called 911 somehow, and I'm yelling back to my chef, don't fire, don't fire. Because in kitchen lingo, fire means either start the dish
oh my
or,
God.
So I'm like, no, don't fire, don't fire. And I was like,
Like don't shoot.
No.
Yeah.
Don't fire on a 911
Jesus.
call.
Oh my God.
So what happened, Jay?
So all of a sudden, like 5, 6 minutes later, there's banging on the back door. 2 cops are coming through the front, and this is a stocked restaurant on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
So 2 cops come in the front, 4 cops come running through the back of the kitchen. Everyone's like, "Oh my God, who didn't pay their tickets?" And so like we don't know what's going on. I mean, guns are drawn and everything. It was crazy. And then they called me out, and they were like, you called 911. I pulled my phone out. I was like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't."
Well, what you accidentally did is you swatted your own business, basically. Because as you know, Jay, in those situations, someone could get shot. Someone could,
Oh yeah.
What if the chef at that moment happened to be raising a butcher knife to cut a piece of meat? You don't know.
You have no clue. Oh my God.
That's a great story. I'm
That is
glad
a good story.
it all worked out. I wonder how legally. What are you? If it's an accident, you can prove it.
Yeah.
Obviously, I assume there's going to be some latitude, but that's got to be that's like calling that's basically a false 911 call. That is very illegal, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing a false one on purpose, that's super illegal. But like
accidentally.
Well, so when I was a lifeguard, when you opened the pool, the pool house had an alarm system on it. And if you didn't turn it off properly, the cops showed up.
Okay.
And so if you made the mistake one time, okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
But I remember if you made it more than once, you ended up having to pay. Like you had to pay a
Did they,
fine.
or did they just tell you that so you didn't?
I don't know.
I know.
I only
was
made a
the
mistake
same.
one time.
Well, we should try an experiment one time and see at what point we have to pay
get
for
fined.
that. Yeah, no, you don't want to screw with that because as you hear, this is obviously a critical life and death moment for people and 911 callers.
That might be the alarm system too. Like I know the alarm on my house. If that happens, you do. If it continually happens, you do eventually get charged.
Well, yeah, and after a while, it's like the boy who cried wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dude, and so like your smoke alarms now, like mine, it talks like you have like a little beep, and then you have ones and like there's smoke in the second floor, and you're like there is, like who's saying this?
Yes, Casey, there is smoke.
But it freaks you out, and so but because all of our smoke alarms are connected, if something is going on the second floor, my mom hears something in the basement,
right,
and she starts freaking out like what's going on around here. But that is just for the house. Ours is not connected to like a Brinks system or anything like that.
Let's case one more.
Yeah.
Let's go to and thanks for everyone who has called. We're just going to have time for one more. Let's go to Justin on line 5. Justin, good morning. You're a 911 dispatcher in Delco. You there, Justin?
Oh, geez.
15 years in October.
Okay, 15 years in October. So give us some advice. And obviously, it's hard to tell in each situation how people will respond. But what's the one thing you need to keep in mind if you are calling 911 for a very critical situation?
Know your location. It is the most important thing. If you don't know where you are, we cannot send you help. I can't tell you how many calls we've gotten where people call and they're like, we don't know where we are.
That's a great bit of advice. Yeah. So the first thing to do before you even dial 911.
The most important thing for anybody is to know where you are when you call 911, where the location of the emergency is. We're starting to get all these tools and technologies coming in. The one guy was talking about Rapid SOS, which basically gives us, a general, basically down to like a house location. We also have Prepared Live, where we can actually live stream with a caller.
Wow.
And we've used that a couple times in John Hines Park, where hikers have gotten lost. And
it's a sprawling park, yeah.
Yeah, and at nighttime, so we've been able to use the Prepared Live and have the police meet them and walk them out.
Let me ask you, Justin, have you had an experience with, because the iPhones now can detect the newest ones can detect a collision, I believe, or
yes.
Have you had an opportunity where you handled one of those check-ins or calls?
Yeah, so it's more like an alarm company will call in for that.
Okay.
Like somebody's monitoring and they'll say, hey, we're getting a fall detection at this area. We haven't made contact with a patient yet, but can you send somebody out? And we'll generally send somebody out just to check, just to make sure. 9 times out of 10, it's just false alarm. What we're seeing a lot now is these medical GPS pendants when they're being mailed back, or if a person dies and they're being mailed back to the alarm company, the medical alarm company,
right?
They're being activated, and so like in the post office, we're sending animals in the middle of the night to the post office to check to make sure that there's not a fall victim or something like that there, and then we have to verify that this person no longer has this device.
So there's GPS medallions for like people who are elderly who fall down, and so when they get sent back, they get activated at the post office or the sorting center, and so you're responding there to all these things. Does it happen fairly regularly?
Yes, all the time.
All right. Well, hopefully they can fix that. Appreciate the call, Justin. That was wild. And then listen, we got a meet cute in the 911 world between Wayne and Jen. That was pretty wild.
That was pretty wild. What was cooler, that or when the one lady won those tickets to Bruce and her husband was the next call on the line?
If you want to tug at the heartstrings, I think the 911
probably
hookup was cool. So thanks for your calls today. Again, the Jeremy Renner Diane Sawyer conversation is on tonight on ABC. I'm going to check it out.
Yeah, it's a long, extensive one, right? So probably like at least an hour long or whatever.
I'm going to assume, yeah.
Actually, Steve, I just saw that it's not on tonight. That it's on next Thursday.
Oh, they were saying.
Yeah, maybe I'm not quite sure where we got your information, but the Diane Sawyer interview, A Story of Terror, Survival and Triumph. We're at 10 p.m. Will air at 10 p.m. on Thursday, April 6th.
Wow.
On ABC, and then stream the next day on Hulu.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that, Nick, because on one of the sites it was indicating tonight. So we stand corrected. So you have a lot of time now to do a big party, like a Super Bowl, Jeremy Renner.
Watch party.
Watch party. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break. We have a whole bunch of things going on today. As we said before, Brian Propp coming in. We have John Brazier. It's opening day. And Lisa Traeger, who's hilarious. She's performing at Punchline. All that, and we'll be back in right after this.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Good afternoon. I am feeling good, and I hope you are too. And if not, I've got just the thing for you. Here's a little bit of Foreigner, Double Vision on KGN.
I like that. I hope you're feeling good. If not, there's not a goddamn thing I can do about it.
That's me, by the way, just sitting in a booth with a tape recorder.
Yeah.
I wasn't actually on the radio.
It's
I was
the weirdest.
pretending. I had to make up a radio station. KGN did not exist. I made that up. No. I don't know why I thought of those letters KGN. K-Gun.
Yeah, man.
I don't know. Kevin Gunn.
Yeah.
Anyway, Joe Satriani, that cat turned 66 years old today.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swardson.
Yeah, everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. You nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's home.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
A lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
This goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand-up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my
preface.
show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand-up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I've been doing it like 22 years, which is insane." And a lot of people just know me from movies, so it's kind of a bonus when they're like, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, "Oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh,
this is a whole other
crazy."
aspect.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, "Oh, it's this kid." And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, "Who is this dude?" And a lot of the younger guys were like, "Oh, that's this kid Nick Swardson. That was my first special." And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I loved them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, yeah, you. So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
There's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's in one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Moon
Hey,
balloons.
Oh, yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our
Moon
calendars.
balloons.
Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "All right, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts. Yes. And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish.
Gay.
It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you
That's
want to buy?
insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an
who
interview?
grabbed the
I
piece of
probably
information?
did, but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it. Oh,
Yeah,
there's
you know
a
the
bat in
second
room.
you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat climbed. They can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they
It
need.
was like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her. And
Okay,
I didn't want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute
All right.
antithesis
The love
of
of
a bat
bats
fan.
is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your third time. And it says, "Why do you keep coming back?" And you said, "I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm."
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy,
Yeah.
by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight, and you got that stuff all handled. Are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean,
Okay.
I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay?
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. She just I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off. Yeah, and it really helps. Sure, it really helps.
5 years, 1 month. 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Great to see you, man. Thanks
Yeah,
for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swardson. I had sex yesterday.
What?
I did. It was a wonderful experience. We had a window.
Oh,
Very
could
rare.
people see through it?
It's very rare. Yes, of course.
I was watching the whole time.
Our next door neighbors,
Press, we're really enjoying it. Keep going.
Steve and Karina. Hope you guys enjoyed that.
No, it was nice. And when you've got essentially 5 grown people living in the same house, it's tough to find opportunities to do that. So I relish it when it happens. But there was an article that Steve had sent to me last week that I didn't get a chance to get to. And it's 7 things that men wish women would do the first time they have sex. But it's also 7 things that women wish men would do the first time.
So you're getting some assistance here, and I think at least one of them in both lists is do it by an open window.
I think so. So you want me to start with what the ladies would like?
I think that's the most interesting. Yes.
Ladies first?
Yeah, let's go that way.
Okay, so this is according to this article, and number 1 on the list is give lots of compliments at the start.
Way to go! That's my girl.
Even if it, and listen to the example here, even if it's a mumbled perfect breasts.
Oh my God! Wait, what? Wait,
or
There's no way.
What?
No!
What did I miss?
I get it. Just that.
Oh, grody.
That's like Casey's.
Well, that was more of a reaction than I thought.
Oh, God.
Your knockers. No, not your knockers, your breasts. Your breasts are like melons. Not melons, like pillows. Can I fluff your pillows?
Oh, my God.
Or your breasts are perfect. Or your skin feels so soft.
Okay,
that one's
That's
okay,
all
right?
Yeah.
I want to turn it into a coat.
That's it.
Wow.
Ed Gein? No, make some acknowledgement of the fact that you're thrilled that you finally got your hands on our body. This is according to women.
I've been waiting to feel you up for years.
Even if you don't think we're a 10 and don't need to be told it, tell us anyway.
When you were our babysitter, I so wanted to feel you up, but now you're of age.
It says there's nothing sexier than a lover looking at you up and down, then straight into the eye and saying, "My God," in a strangled, overcome voice.
I think it's just because it's coming from you, maybe. I'm not.
That's weird.
Let me ask you, Kathy, and Marissa, so we have you both in. Wait a minute.
Thanks.
And is there, do you like being talked to a lot during?
No, she doesn't.
Yeah.
Kathy.
Shut up.
Yeah, totally.
Get it over.
Shut up.
Stop bothering me.
Yeah.
Close your eyes.
Make your deposit and shut up.
By the way, I want to try this. It says, try saying "my God" in a strangled, overcome voice. So let me try that.
God.
My God. Oh, my God.
Oh my God.
She says it's daunting being naked in front of someone for the first time. Knowing you think we look great helps us relax into it. Okay. All right, number 2 on this list is the things that 7 things that women hope for the first time you have sex with them. Show us how much you want us.
Oh, okay.
It says a bit of caveman is a good thing.
I did a pie chart presentation here, if you don't mind. If you notice in the first graph, the overlapping colors depict how much I want you.
No, it says a bit of caveman is a good thing.
This is terrible.
It says this doesn't mean pushing us back on the bed, unzipping yourself and going for it.
No.
That we don't want. But being too tentative is an equal turnoff.
Yeah.
So
I can see that.
You want to be a man, but you don't want to be over.
You have to be
overzealous.
a polite caveman.
Right.
Would it be okay if I jumped on you?
Grog-like. All right, and then number 3 on this list.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. Earlier in the news, you talked about, and it's all over the place, just a weird happenstance. Obviously, it's any accident is bad, but this one, everyone seems to be doing all right. We're talking about Police Commissioner Daniel Outlaw was involved in a car crash. And it was an Uber driver, Kathy?
Yeah,
What's the story?
It was an Uber driver.
Right.
Ran a red light and hit the police commissioner of Philadelphia.
So if you think about, obviously there's a lot of traffic and listen, police cars and things are around and patrolling all the time. You go through an intersection, you're clearly in the wrong. You don't just, it's not like a police, an off-duty cop. It's not, a patrol car.
Yeah.
You hit the police commissioner.
And how bad was it, by the way? I mean, was it, were they going at a decent clip?
I mean, if you see the pictures, the cars look like they're, pretty wrecked. And they're saying that all 4 people were injured. I think they said non-life-threatening injuries.
Good,
so,
good.
There were injuries, but they're going to be okay. But I think it was decent enough. It was at 15th and Race, and it was a 42-year-old Uber driver that ran a red light.
I remember it's one of those times where it's almost like the Christmas story, the scene where he's frozen to the pole and then the police show up and then the fire department's like it keeps getting worse and worse. A friend of mine one time, this is years ago, he was having a great day. He's telling me he's having a great day. He goes out to a park. I think it was like at a Target, Kathy, and he gets in the car and he's like sort of cocky behind the wheel, backs the car back with a great deal of velocity, unaware that parked perpendicular behind him a decent distance is a cop car. And he goes right into the side of the cop car. Like it wasn't a light pole. It wasn't, he just collides and it's like, oh, so it's not just an accident. It's an accident with a police car. And so your world just got that much worse.
I mean, are the penalties heftier?
I don't think so. But I mean, if you're going to rub salt in the proverbial wound.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, the timing. What I love is in the converse situation. We were talking about this. When you have some jackass riding your ass, say like on the Blue Route or whatever, and you're in a line of cars, and this person doesn't realize, this happened with me, didn't realize that 2 or 3 cars up was a police car. And beelined out on the side, the shoulder.
Yep.
Ran past, and boom, those lights go on.
I saw that happen on the way back from Montage after Cardboard Classic. I was driving back down the Northeast Extension. Some guy, Steve, weaving in and out of traffic, driving enormously aggressively, and he whizzed past me, and I was like, all right, fine. He's going to be that guy. And then 10 minutes later, pulled over on the side of the road. And
why is it so joyous?
It's just wonderful because he deserves it. He was the one driving like an a-hole, and I didn't take it personally that day because, there are those moments where you're dealing with road rage or you get angry at the dude irrationally. But I was fine in that moment. And then I was even more fine when I saw the guy.
Do you slow down? Yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you go and selfies and everything?
Point and laugh, Yeah, you want to be there for the celebration, which is very petty and shallow of me, but I don't care.
I wonder if well, listen, so you say you're a police officer and you see that happening.
They have to laugh.
If you have to. How could you not? You're an idiot. How could you not? You're human.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the greatest joy in the world. Because a lot of times, listen, it's not like if the lights aren't on and it's the same profile as another vehicle, you're not going to see it.
Yeah.
And that works to the advantage of the non-aggressive driver having to deal with the aggressive driver who won't see that and get clipped. You were going to say,
well,
Jason?
no, but like now with like Waze, if you have your Waze on, there's a lot of times an indication if there are police ahead,
really?
right?
Yeah.
I know. I don't use Waze a lot.
So it's funny because I've been using it more even when I know where I'm going.
Right.
Just because of traffic and stuff like that. Man, there's so much construction out there right now. And so if I'm going home from work, I know how to get home, right?
Right.
But Waze is going to tell me, no, you might want to go this way because there's construction. But regardless, when you have Waze on, there's indicators that there's police ahead. And so if there's somebody riding your ass who clearly is not using Waze, that's even better because you can almost like bait them,
Have you?
No, but
it's
I will.
It's entrapment. Are you a cop? It's like a hooker. You got to tell me if you're a cop. I wonder if because of Waze and other apps like that and simply the ability to text and communicate from vehicle to vehicle, it's why I haven't seen one of those checkpoints in the longest time. I haven't. I used to
like
see
a DUI checkpoint?
Like a DUI checkpoint.
What time of day do they usually have? Because I've only gone through, I think, maybe 2 in my lifetime.
Has technology sort of made that?
I don't know. I saw one not that long ago.
Did you?
Yeah, and it was down here on the Belmont entrance to 76.
Right.
And I was here late one night for some reason. I don't remember why.
They're primarily later on, are they not?
So Steve, it was I left here in the evening. I forget why I was here late, but regardless, it was like 8 or 9 o'clock.
Right.
I'm getting on Belmont, and it was one of those moments where like I hadn't had a sip of alcohol.
And you got nervous?
You get nervous.
Yeah.
You're driving through. You're like, I'm in so much trouble. I had a drink 4 nights ago.
You know me. I've never been drunk in my life, and I get nervous. I'm like, Did I drink? Did I have
Did
rum cake?
something happen?
Did
Yeah, yeah,
something?
yeah.
Have I had NyQuil recently?
NyQuil? Does Tylenol show up?
I turned around once, but it had nothing. Well, it had nothing to do with drinking. I didn't want to wait. It was, and I was like, I'm not waiting here. Like I'm going around, and I was like, wait. Oh no, they're gonna chase after me.
I would think.
Know.
Where are you going? Guilty.
Years ago, we were driving. This is in my old neighborhood. And my friend was driving my car because he wasn't drinking, and we all were. And for some reason, and I was just talking about this with my brother. We have no idea why he did this, but he was turning down the street, and there were cops, and he bugged out and took off. And next thing you know, the cops are after us. And they pull us over, and what had happened was...
You're sober, dude.
There were a bunch of cops in our neighborhood because somebody was doing something hinky. And and
they were bad people.
There were bad people in our neighborhood, so it just so happened that there were 3 or 4 police patrol cars in my neighborhood, and they all converged on us because they thought we were the ones that were doing something bad.
But the sober dude was driving.
But the sober dude was driving.
There was no problem.
No, dude, we had every single cop car around us, and they all got out guns on their hips.
By the way, to that point, and Kathy, your point, I think there's a way to sort of gingerly, turn around and go. I've seen people in your same situation, they haul ass, and it's like, if I'm a cop, I'm going to go, okay, I got to follow this dude.
Yeah.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, you're right, though, Steve. I haven't seen a DUI checkpoint in a long time, but they are currently doing, and we talked about it a couple of weeks ago, but a aggressive driving initiative where a lot of the townships are involved. And
Preston may have light at the end of the tunnel now because he constantly sees that aggressive driver every morning.
And by the way, that guy doesn't care. He knows. He's aware.
Yeah.
He's aware, and he just doesn't care.
There's a text that just came in, Kathy, in regards to what you were talking about. That says, by Pennsildania law, DUI checkpoints have to be posted publicly 24 hours in advance.
No one, I don't know anyone who sees that. I assume it has to be posted online or in a paper or what.
Yeah, and a lot. Sometimes, if it's over a holiday weekend and stuff like that, the news will report it. Right. It will be out there.
But think of the the classic the patrol officer, state trooper, whatever, sitting off to the side waiting to catch people speeding. There's so many apps now where that gets reported. I wonder if that has fallen off as a tactic. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe. There was some sort of I guess they were doing people running a stop sign close to my house, and so they kept pulling people over. This was I think it was last weekend. They kept pulling people over, so it was happening right in front of my house. And so my neighbor called, and she's like, "Is everything okay?" She's like, "The cops have been there for hours."
I knew that Kathy was a drug dealer. The cops are always at her house.
Totally. And they towed one of the cars too. It was a lot of it was a lot of action in front of my house.
We're getting some calls. I gotta go to this call. Case, go to line 2, Jessica. Jessica, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. You have a similar situation?
I do. I was on my way to work one morning, and there was a tractor trailer that couldn't get his butt parked correctly, so there was a line of traffic. I work in a small little county in Jersey, and in front of me, we're just, whatever. And I was paying attention to the car lights, and the car in front of me took his brakes off, and so I did, and I hit the gas pedal. Well, I rear-ended him. Come to find out, he was the sheriff.
Oh, man. But he wasn't in a sheriff's car, or was he in a patrol? Was he in his work car?
He was in his work car, yes. But
dude.
It's unmarked. It's unmarked.
Yeah. We tend to forget that there are a lot of unmarked police cars as well.
Okay
and mind you, the ultimate goal is to obviously keep the roads safe. But when that happened and you realized what happened, what ran through your brain?
I had a complete and utter panic attack. Because mind you, I work with law enforcement.
Okay. All right.
So I know him. I mean, I used to work with him.
Oh, did you guys have a good working relationship?
Yeah, we did. We still do. I mean, we kind of still joke about it, but it's just I was the dumbass that rear-ended the sheriff.
Well, there you go. That's so you can commiserate. Now, again, we're saying that the police commissioner is fine, and they're just minor injuries in this situation, but that there's. and it shouldn't be. Obviously, any accident that involves rear-ending another car should all be equal, but there's just something extra about running into a cop car.
I knew a couple that were following each other somewhere, and she rear-ended her husband. So then they had 2 cars on insurance that they had to claim.
That happens all the time.
I got in an accident here in the parking lot one time. I ran into Glenn Stagg from the sales department. Yeah.
How did that happen?
He was coming around.
Well, let me ask you, were you walking out together?
No, he was pulling into the parking lot, and I was pulling out of the parking lot. But you know when you go towards Belmont from where the normal area where we park, he was coming around, and some days our parking lot is jammed because of Philadelphia Insurance, and other days, I guess Philadelphia Insurance doesn't send in all their employees or whatever. This was a jam day. I was going out towards Belmont, made a right. Glenn was making a left, and we were both at fault. And then we get out of the cars and we look at each other like, Glenn, Nick, we both felt like such jackasses. Yeah, I know you.
There was a time I remember, Nick. You told a story. In the morning, it's just us,
right?
The cars. And wasn't there a time that the parking lot was icy? I had just gotten my brand new car.
Yes.
What happened again?
And so I'm pulling in the lot, and 99% of the time, Steve, you're here before I am, and so I'll see your car, and I park either next to you or next to where Preston parks, and so I see your car, and it's like, oh, that's a nice car, and Steve had just gotten. I think you were driving the 300C at the time.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of admiring this, and all of this is happening within 3 seconds. And I'm kind of admiring in your car, and I start pulling into my spot, and hit the brakes, and nothing stops, and nothing slows down, and I'm inching closer and closer and closer to your car, and I was like, Steve is going to murder me. I'm going to ram into his car.
I mean, but the ultimate absurdity is those were probably the only 2 cars in the parking lot.
I know.
In a huge parking lot.
And thankfully, I did not hit your car and got into the spot okay. But for that moment, there was a sincere panic.
I think there's, with anything like this, and it's why obviously they have the police officers in the cars around construction sites. Sometimes, like Kathy, you're talking about people following each other, husband and wife or whatever. Somehow, I think in a way, whether you get distracted or whatever, I know it's an actual scientific fact, or psychologically, there's something that compels us. Well, we think we're being extra cautious. We actually get a little reckless. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. So, hitting a police officer is one thing, but carry on line 5, I don't know if I would ever want to do that.
All right, we got to hear this. Carrie, how are you? What happened to you?
So I was driving down the Vine Street Expressway. This was several years ago. And the traffic was kind of bad, and I wasn't paying attention, and I ended up hitting the back of the district attorney's car, side of the car, because I had to swerve to not hit the people in front of me.
Yeah.
And she came off the ramp and smashed the side of my car, and we got out and she started yelling and screaming, and I'm like, oh my God, no, this is not happening.
You're going to do time. You're going to be in prison. So once Cooler...
She was off duty. Like she was just leaving the Philadelphia court. But yes, I hit the district attorney several years ago.
So far you're in the lead then with the stories. District attorney. So when cooler heads prevailed, I assume everything, exchange insurance and everything was good.
I called my dad. I was like, Dad, I just hit the district attorney's office car.
Oh my God.
There's a weird pecking order though to the way an accident rolls out and who would be responsible for that. I know those situations where you're swerving to get out of the way of someone else, and then I think at each point in the accident, I think she would have been responsible for it, even though she was taking the car she hits, she'd be responsible for it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so let's say there's a chain reaction and you get rear-ended, and then you rear-end the car in front of you.
You're responsible for that accident, correct?
So when my wife was in outside sales, she would, when she was driving in her company car, and it annoyed me, but she would, if she was at a stoplight, she would have a full car length empty in front of her.
Right. And that she's actually doing what you're supposed to do.
That was the rule when you were driving a company car, because they didn't want you to be liable. If you got hit and you hit the car in front of you, you're the one responsible.
Kathy, you know Hicksville, Long Island, right? So I think it was on maybe 106, 107. There was a chain reaction of cars. I remember it made the news because each collision was a separate. Somebody hit in the back of like 6 or 7 cars. Bum 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 bum.
Yeah.
And so they basically broke it down. Who was responsible for what? And it's a nightmare. You know, but the person who hit the back was going at such velocity. Now, mind you, thankfully, no one was killed. There were a couple of injuries.
Right.
But enough to bum 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 push those cars forward. And you get into this hellacious nightmare situation.
You want to talk to Jackie on line 1?
Yeah, let's go to Jackie.
All right. So, Jackie, you were 16 years old when this happened?
I was. So I got my license on a Thursday. I come home and I'm like, Mom, I'm going to go visit my friend Katie who lived in the city. I'm from Delco. And she goes, Jack, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm like, okay, you're right. I'm just going to go to the movies. I get in my car and I go into the city. I'm driving down Elmwood Avenue in Southwest, and I go through what I thought was a yellow light.
Oh, no.
But I guess it wasn't.
Oh, man, I guess.
And I hit right into a patrol car.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're 16. Is your first instinct to try to run for the border and
change your identity,
live on the lam?
I stayed there.
Okay.
But I was like insistent that it wasn't my fault. And the cop was like, you know, rightly so. He was like, you hit me. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But
so what
it was an accident involved with an officer. Like half of the precinct showed up.
Oh, God.
So you're 16. So now, what happened to you? I mean, at that point, it is just an accident. But when you're 16,
I didn't.
Go ahead.
I didn't get charges or anything. They gave me like a phone number that I had to call the next day, and I just didn't want to go home because my mom was going to freak out on me. So I walked in my house and I just handed my mom my keys, and she was like, "What's this?" And then I handed her a piece of paper.
I'm going to be walking from now.
I'm like, "You're going to need to call this number tomorrow." I hit a police officer. She was like, "What?" I think I ended up having to pay like $500 in damages, but we didn't put it through insurance or anything.
All right, that's not too
my
bad.
License.
So, what was the status of? I mean, did it impact your ability to drive for a while, or because at that age?
No.
Okay.
Nope, I didn't get a ticket. Nothing.
Wow.
No citation. They were just like, pay for the damages.
God Almighty!
So I really got. I was really lucky.
Jackie, at that age, when I was driving, 10 and 2.
Yeah.
I was so nervous of everything. If I had collided with a cop car, I would have tried to leave the country.
Yeah, I didn't hit a car, but I did sideswipe. I didn't hit a cop car, but I sideswiped. I was 16 years old.
Right.
I was an idiot. This is in front of Cardinal O'Hara High School, where there are 2 lanes, but one lane goes straight and the other lane goes to the right. And I was in the left lane and I needed to go right. Now, I was dancing, okay? I was in the car with my buddies.
In the car dancing?
Yeah, I was in the car dancing.
Were you slow dancing?
No, it was fast dancing, but I was being a goofball. I was 16 years old, and I ended up sideswiping this. I didn't even see her. She was in my blind spot, but I was 16. So when you get in an accident, when you're that young, like I remember freaking out because we pulled over, and I was like, oh, my God, like, my parents are going, it wasn't a cop.
It's the worst. I mean, it doesn't get worse than that. Like this guy who, hits the police commissioner's vehicle.
Yeah.
I mean, for that second, you're like, how could the universe get any worse?
Now, Jay on line 5 looked like he was trying to drag race a police officer. Jay, what happened?
So a little bit of preface on this. I was a young 20-something kid with a brand new Camaro Super Sport, and I was traveling down in South Carolina one evening, and as I was on the highway, driving not so conservative-like, I saw in the distance taillights that matched another Camaro. So, of course, what did I want to do? I wanted to catch up to this guy and show him how highly modified my car was. I put the camera down, and I started catching up to this guy at triple-digit speeds, and as soon as I got next to him, I look at his car, and I'm like, wow, that's a 2-tone color I've never seen before in a Camaro. And sure enough, the door panel says South Carolina Highway Patrol.
Yeah.
My heart came out my bottom in my seat instantly. And I slowed down, and as I slowed down, we came up to a traffic light on the highway, and my windows were rolled down, and he looked over at me, and all I could say was, I really like your car.
Jay, that's right. For a while, there were Camaros as cop cars. I think there were even Mustangs.
There was.
Yeah.
There was. I'm a huge car enthusiast, and they ran Mustangs for a while. The old Fox bodies, 87 and 93.
Man, they look good, didn't they?
Oh, they were amazing. Now they're worth a ton of money on a side note to find. But yeah, for a while they ran late 90s, early 2000 Camaros as like their high-speed pursuit vehicles. And I learned a lesson really fast.
Don't drag race cops. It's probably a good idea. Thanks for calling. That's why I wonder. So in a situation on the opposite, and I had this happen to my neighbor. Her car was parked. We're on a side street, and a fire truck just driving through the area came by and knocked her side view mirror off.
Okay.
And so, I had the cameras going and on the house. I was able to give her the video. But in a situation like that, and people getting into accidents with, these vehicles, whether it be a fire truck or a police car or whatever, say that they might be in the wrong. It took forever for this to go through the system.
Really?
Yeah, because, and I think it's just because it gets into the, all of the departments and it has to be okayed and signed off on and so on and so forth, whereas you would probably get it resolved quicker if it was just to quote-unquote civilians.
Yeah.
But in that case, and in a couple of cases...
There's less red tape, I guess.
Yeah. So, rule of thumb is it's best to collide with those cars. You be in the wrong and it'll go quicker.
So we have... It says Eddie, and then it says her.
All right.
Or maybe it's Edie.
Okay.
Let's find out. Is this Edie or Eddie?
Hi, it's Edie.
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 Yes. Edie, what happened to you?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning to you.
When my older boy was still not driving, I took him to the bus stop, and I hung out with him, and then got on the bus. He was, on his way, and I pulled out, and I thought that they had pulled out as well, but they hadn't, and I rear-ended it, and the kids all had to get off the bus.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
The cop came, and then the bus driver, it was his second day of work, and he quit.
Oh, no.
So you ended an occupation. You had to get the bus. Everyone got off the bus. So you must be just dying at this point.
I was dying. And then, then they all had to find rides to school, and they're all bitching at me because they're going to be late. And then the cop was really good. He only gave me a ticket for, like, obstructing traffic or something.
Wow. Go ahead.
Not as good.
Yeah.
And then it was the other part was my husband's car, and it crumpled the hood.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Well, it could have been far worse. And thanks for calling, Edie. Case, can we go to line one? Mike, he was in one of those major pileups.
Okay, hang on.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good. Were you in one of those major pileups during a snowstorm?
Yeah, I was up in Sailorsburg, Pennsylvania, visiting my niece, and started to snow. I had a four-wheel drive truck. Tried to head down, get out of town to get back downtown. Coming down 33 South before 512 exit, suddenly ahead of me, there's probably 10 cars just piled up. And I put the brakes on, obviously didn't stop. Head first, right into a T-bone a car in front of me. Next thing you know, behind me is bang, 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 bang. And I ended up being in the middle of probably 25 to 30 cars.
Wow.
I remember this. This was all over the news, was it not?
It was, yeah. And ironically, it came up on my Facebook memories about a year ago.
Memories.
What memories? Oh, memories.
Yeah, it was right below that picture of you discovering a tumor.
There's my truck in the middle, like WFMZ was doing the news report, and there's my truck in the middle of all this pileup.
So how did that work out? To my question earlier, when you're trying to determine, you have the causality there, but how do you determine who is responsible for what part of the chain reaction?
There was my insurance covered my truck. My truck was totaled, and they covered it. There was no way for anybody to be able to figure out who was responsible. I mean, I was probably responsible for hitting the person in front of me, but then the person that hit me from behind was responsible. So the whole chain reaction, I just went through my regular insurance, and they covered it for me.
I don't know how you make sense of those things. I just...
It was crazy. I broke my arm.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I think I remember an aerial shot of that. It looked like a bomb had gone off.
You see sometimes when people have cameras out, and you just see the absolute melee, and I don't know why anybody even stays on that road. Like once you have been hit and your car is stopped and done,
pull off to the side.
Well, and then run.
Yeah.
You know, like you personally
Sell
leave
the
your
car.
vehicle, sell the car, change your identity, move to Mexico.
Yeah, and start a new life. Meet Morgan Freeman.
Because you see that and when there's low visibility, and then you just see these like tractor trailers coming in, and
Oh God, it's that's why it's such a nightmare with that situation. Yeah. Well, well, if insurance takes care of it all, to me, but to some way, an insurance company's going to fight the other insurance companies, right? That's kind of the standard process.
So Andy's friend hit a cop car, didn't know it, got pulled over. I don't even know how something like that can happen. How do you hit a cop car and not know it? Andy, are you there?
Hey, it's Andy from Germantown.
Andy from Germantown. I know Germantown.
Hey. So I was the commander of an Army Reserve unit for a number of years, and I get this call at 11:30 at night. The DOD police on Fort Dix saying, hey, one of your guys got in an accident, you got to come in and sign out for him. So I go down there. Apparently one of my full-timers had gotten drunk off post. He drove back on post, somehow made it past the front gate. There was a construction going on. He decided he was just going to drive right through the barricade. He's got a big pickup truck. Knocks him out of the way. There's a cop car there. He sideswipes the cop car, metal screeching, sparks flying, and keeps going. The cop pulls him over, and as the cop comes up to the window, he rolls down and says, "Is there a problem, officer?"
Oh, my God.
He didn't even realize they were done.
That's why. Do we lose him?
He went to jail.
Oh, we lost you for a second.
He did go to jail?
Yeah. Oh, wow. You know, Andy, thanks for calling. It makes me wonder. Google's coming out, or Amazon is coming out with a. We talked about it, a dash camera, a two-way camera, and I know a lot of people. I'm considering putting one in the car, but I'm hearing conflicting takes on it. Is it better to have it? I think it would be to have a chronicling of something. However, I've heard people say it could be a liability as well.
I don't. Liability? Why? Does it obstruct your view or something like that? Or
perhaps, and that's what I'm trying to determine. What would be the downside of that? Now, let's say you're a reckless driver responsible for the accidents, then perhaps
that's the downside. Is when you've done something wrong and then you have evidence against yourself.
But
we
rip
actually
it
have
off your dashboard, and you're like, no, I don't have that.
No, what are you talking about?
Yeah, we have one. I just haven't installed it yet, and
it doesn't work that well.
No. But I had actually got it. I got it for my wife because she wanted it because she had just seen too many things happening on the road while she was driving. She's like, I need one of these. And now that my daughter's driving, we want to put it in her car.
That's probably a good idea.
Well, she is also a cautious driver and a rule follower, and we've noticed that there are a lot of people early in the morning when she's on her way to school that are in a hurry, and they're like driving around her on a 2-lane road. That's so we want to do it for her own protection.
Do you save? Is there an insurance consideration if you have a camera in your car?
I don't know. I know we had her enrolled in driving school. And there was insurance consideration for that, but I don't know about cameras.
Let's go to, I think, one more call case.
Yeah.
So let's go to line 6. Paul has some information. Paul, good morning. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Sorry about you guys at work.
Never a problem, Paul. So you have something that pertains to this camera in car issue?
Yeah, you were just talking about it, and I was hoping you would go to me. I called in a bit ago to mention that because of all the incidents you're talking about, that's my line of work. I make pretty good money. I'm a contractor, and all I do is basically cameras for commercial vehicles.
Okay. What about private vehicles? Is that an industry as well, or just resident? Just commercial?
Well, like you mentioned, there's options out there. Like Apple's got them. A lot of other ones, they're a little bit cheaper, and they're a lot more like kind of self-install type thing.
Okay.
Where, you stick it to the windshield, plug it in through the fuse box. The systems I do are more involved, where not only are they the drive cam that sticks to the windshield that watches the road.
Oh, we might have lost him.
To watch the driver, but there's also external cameras, like a rear view camera and a lot of times side cameras. Usually they're right by the mirrors, and they're actually triggered when the driver turns the right or left turn signal on.
Yeah.
The monitor will show the driver what is next to him in that spot. But some of these trucks, they sit so high up on the road that there can be a little Volkswagen next to them and they can't see it because they're, like 10 feet up.
Listen, I've said this many times that we were told always to when we were in driving school and told when we took our test, you have to look back, you have to check if everything's behind you. And I still do it reflexively, but my backup camera, covers a far wider range of vision than I would have simply looking back. So,
and not only that, it beeps. You know, when anything's sort of in proximity, whether you're backing out of a spot at a supermarket and somebody's walking, it'll beep and let you know if somebody's coming.
Let me ask you, Paul. So with a commercial vehicle that has cameras around it, does that benefit the company? Will the company end up getting a tax break? I mean, an insurance break? Yeah.
Absolutely. It is the number one reason why it's done.
Okay.
And again, there's a major split between the companies that do the driver camera, and a lot of them don't. They just do all the other external cameras. Of course, a lot of drivers are very resistant to it. They're like, oh, I don't want people sitting there watching me all day picking my nose. But
right.
That's not exactly the case. I tell guys all the time when they ask me questions about it while I'm doing them, I tell them, look, 80% of the time there's a accident with a commercial vehicle involved. It's not the commercial driver's fault.
Okay.
A lot of times he's save you. Matter of fact, I did a project just recently in North Carolina for a company that does the highway line painting. And they have every company that does roadside work, you're going to see what's called a crash truck. It's a big truck with these big octagons on the back, and it's called a TMA, a truck-mounted attenuator. It's designed to get your attention so you don't run into the workers.
Ah, yeah, I've seen that.
Right, and if you do hit anything on this job site, it's going to be this truck. Well, they get hit all the time.
Wow.
They've got the flashing lights. So we did a job for this company in North Carolina where we did multiple cameras that will get footage of a driver hitting the crash truck when the TMA is fully deployed and the lights are blaring.
So, Paul, going back to my earlier point, and I believe I'd seen a study that said those collision mitigation systems actually, in a way, promote more collisions.
I think that might be true, especially now that everybody's more sensitive to people that are on the spectrum that get distracted.
Right.
All the kind of because some of these light patterns, they are seizure-inducing.
The lights are brighter. These LEDs are way brighter these days, and I can understand that.
Well, I do the light systems as well, and there's a way to wire them where you can actually adjust the brightness, and it's for rural areas where it may not be very well lit, that you would actually use them at a lower brightness.
No, that makes sense.
Otherwise, it's so bright that people driving by will be blinded by it.
You'll blind the squirrels.
Yeah.
We appreciate the call, Paul. Very informative. And we got started on this because of the police commissioner was in an accident with an Uber driver. He ran a red light. Everyone is doing fine, but we thought, wow, that's got to be the worst scenario when your accident is with the police commissioner. We thank you for all the calls. Case, anything to give away?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we do, because I saw that our next guest is hanging out in the Acme Lounge right now, so we do need to take a break. But you know what? Let's give away some beer.
There we go.
I think that's a great idea.
Don't drink and drive.
Don't drink and drive. You crack open a beer, you stay at home, or you call an Uber. All right? But we do have a case of Juiced to Jupiter Tangerine IPA that is new from Fatheads Brewery. It's juiced to the max and packed with a punch of tangerine and citrus flavors and aromas. It's a super juicy, out-of-this-world IPA that will keep you coming back for more. We're going to take caller number 5, and we're going to hook you up with that beer.
Excellent. We'll be back after this with Brian Propp.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everyone.
It says, undresses like we're the most longed-for present you've ever wanted.
A PlayStation!
Just thinking of those two little kids in front of the Christmas tree.
Just ripping their clothes off.
That's exactly what I wanted!
It says, let your eyes and fingers trail over every part. Let us see naked lust in your eyes.
Would you just get this over with?
Grab a handful of hair and pull it.
Oh, my God.
That's my pubic hair.
Grab our face and kiss us hard. Let me grab your face.
What are you doing?
I'm tugging on your ears.
You're hurting me. I can't breathe. I know you're holding. Listen, stop it. Relax.
All right. Number 4 on this list is, it says, give us lots.
Locks?
No, I'm sorry. Kiss us lots.
Here's some locks. Here's a smear.
No, kiss us lots. Soft kisses on the lips, deep kisses with an occasional tongue darting in and out, nibbles and bites on the neck.
All right, so let me ask you guys, and we've heard this said in a number of surveys, that those little aspects of affection are actually more desirable in the long run. The gentle stroking, massaging and kisses, and that romantic side of it is more what is preferred. Is that correct? I pose it to you two.
I don't know. This is all disgusting.
Oh my God! It all depends on the person. I'm going to speak up for the ladies.
Yeah, no, it does.
Some people, you need to have communication when you get naked.
I love a neck kiss. If
Okay.
that's what you're going for,
Okay,
Steve.
yeah.
But like too soft?
That's a big turn on.
Nah,
Yeah.
you need to, like-
What about darting tongues and that strangled voice?
Darting tongues. That's where I draw a line.
Steve.
What are you saying? I don't like that sound.
You had darting tongues one time, right?
Darting tongues?
Or licking tongues.
I mean,
Oh,
like
they
licked
lick
my
your
face.
face. Oh, my God.
Right in front of you, too.
You had a face licker in front of Kathy?
It was a joke.
Oh,
But we were like at an appearance. We were like Questlove was DJing. We were
I don't
hosting a party.
Stop it. I just put my makeup on.
All right, it says women love kissing, so don't rush through it. And to get to the main event, for you, that's intercourse. Foreplay is the best part for us.
Is it really the best part, though?
I don't know.
For you? I'm asking the ladies.
It depends on who you're talking to. That's the thing.
Just get it done. Get it done. And shut up. Stop with the darting tongue and no pooper.
Kathy, we need a shirt for you that just says off me. Off me.
No.
Off me. All right, number 5, give great oral.
You still owe me another month's rent. So if I were you, I would start doing some tongue exercises before Friday.
Oh, my
That's Kingpin.
Kingpin?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Dude. She's great.
We need to isolate that.
Yep, we have it.
Just one more time.
God, she's awesome.
Fantastic. I'm not even going to go into the details of that particular.
You know it is, yeah.
To that particular.
Using your mouth to provide pleasure.
Yeah, but it goes into some detail, and I'm not going to go into that right now.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Okay, number 6
Just going to say
says.
that some men might need that detail, so look it up if you need it.
Yes, yeah, for real.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and ask. Feel free to ask what they prefer. I think anyway. Like, do you like it when I do that?
Yeah.
When I go like this?
Like
What is it about good?
Oh, I thought you were
I was
queuing
right.
that one up again.
It's still good.
All right, so here's another one.
Yeah.
And I think we agree on this. The ladies say, let us finish first.
Yes.
By finish, you know what I mean.
Yes.
Everyone knows the second he's done, sex is done. It's polite and it's logical. Men usually save their last moment for intercourse.
Yeah.
It's the finale. I mean, the confetti comes out, you know.
Yeah. But it also says, but don't stress if we don't.
That's right.
If we end up not having that happen.
You, men?
Yeah. No. Women. Don't
So not finish.
Don't stress. I'm reading the article from a woman's perspective.
Okay.
Don't stress if the woman doesn't complete.
It would probably help if you said it
no,
like
you should
with a
stress.
woman's voice. So we.
I don't have the thing.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I didn't finish. I didn't like it, and I wanted you off me all the time. But you're the king.
Oh my God.
You're the best, Rubber Johnny.
Casey almost spit coffee out.
Rubber Johnny.
That's his name.
Rubber Johnny is that
Yeah.
character that Steve was playing.
Oh, Rubber Johnny. Oh, yeah. Oh,
That's
yeah.
from a song.
Oh, you're the king. You're the king. All right. Now I'm going to Floral and Hardy.
It's saying that if the woman does not complete, you don't have to freak out about it. So that's just what this particular article says.
Just don't give up too quickly.
Oh, no. You want to listen. Yes.
You can go get tools.
Yeah. You can work really, really hard.
I need a new drill bit.
But at some point, we know where Marissa's priority is.
Oh, I'm just speaking for the women that Kathy's not representing.
Thank you.
But if she says, hey, we tried, let's move on.
Yeah.
And then you got to move on.
Then one last thing it says here is what women would like the first time that you sleep with them.
That's right. This is all under the umbrella of first
time.
encounters.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. That actually casts a different. I wasn't keeping that in context. It's like when I play Jeopardy and I forget the category. So that changes some of my responses.
And then finally, say something nice afterwards.
You seem to be planning for the future.
It says some men clam up because they're concerned that they didn't perform well.
You know, for as small as that is, I actually enjoyed it.
And they don't want verbal confirmation. If they rave about how great it was, you might come back with a dry, well, it was for one of us. And it says, we get that, but you may need, and I should be saying this in a female voice.
Let me do it.
We get that.
Okay, baby.
But
you just say it and I'll repeat it.
We get that, but you need to understand that women operate differently. If there was a problem, talking about it helps. If it was great, talking about it makes it even better. At the very least, give us a squeeze and a kiss and say, I think you're amazing.
I think you're amazing, too.
Yeah.
A squeeze and a kiss.
I think you're amazing.
I love the way your skin generates mucus.
All right. Do you want to hear what the men say?
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, okay, this is your first encounter.
Yep.
And what men say they want.
Yes. All right. 7 things men wish women would do the first time they have sex. All right, here we go.
Stop telling you to get off.
No. Number 1, keep the lights on. Says a bit of a mood lighting is great and preferable to a gnarly bright room. But total darkness isn't. It's hard enough for him to guess if you're enjoying what he's doing by looking into your face and reading your body language. Trying to determine it when he can't see a thing is damn near impossible.
Do you like rave lighting?
No. But I can see that. Yeah. Look, complete darkness, total darkness, no.
No.
I do like a darkly...
accents of light.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. It's just a little bit so that you don't... I'm having a really good time!
Man. Okay, never mind.
Okay, no.
Go ahead.
I need to hear
Take it now.
There was one time, my girlfriend at the time and we were at somebody's house whose parents were out of town, which is just licensed to have at it. So we go up into a bedroom. It's later in the evening, and it's pitch black dark, and I'm doing this. Okay. And our friend, I think it was our friend Cindy, comes in and flips on the brightest lights in the world. And I'm like, I mean, buried in it.
Yodeling.
And it was just, when those lights came on, it was like, oh my God.
What happens is that it's like seeing a bar you go to in the broad daylight.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's jarring.
Different story.
You look up, your mouth looks like you're in a watermelon eating contest.
So anyhow, a little bit of light. Guys would like a little bit of light. I'm okay with that. Number 2 says, don't stress out about your own body. A guy said, I slept with a girl who was so paranoid, she wouldn't let me touch her anywhere. She kept pushing my hands away and saying things like, don't touch my stomach. It's revolting. I gave up after a while and sex didn't happen at all. Because these are features that she didn't find flattering about herself.
And that's so it's a sad thing to feel that way. And we all have our insecurities.
Sure.
And once you realize that, but a lot of times, again, people come in with standards that they've seen cultivated in movies and Instagram filters and all that stuff, and they think, oh my God, I'm falling short. And the truth is, you're normal, and a lot of what you see is abnormal.
It says insisting on darkness, hiding under the covers, keeping your bra on because you don't like your breasts.
I keep my bra on.
Wearing a T-shirt to bed. We're getting better, but a lot of women are still unnecessarily self-critical about their own bodies.
Yeah.
Number 3, don't overreact if all does not go to plan. This is guys. This is what they want women to do. Not overreact if all does not go to plans. It really helps to remember that you aren't the only one out to impress that very first time. Performance anxiety is real, and an anxious owner makes for, it says here, a penis that doesn't want to come out and play. It's normal for him to have issues the first time. It doesn't mean that he doesn't fancy you or that your body isn't good enough. It just means that he's nervous and as nervous as you are.
That is so true.
And
that's what Rubber Johnny taught me.
It says, ditto if he finishes too soon or takes too long. All right. Number 4, it says be active.
Be active.
It says sex is tiring. It's unfair to leave him to make all the effort. It's also patronizing, insinuating that simply allowing him to have sex with you should be enough of a turn on.
When it's done right, it should be awkward and something you eventually tell your therapist.
Right. No. It says, don't be a dead starfish. Get active. Get on top
Be a
and
blowfish.
ride. Grab what you want and don't be shy. Put his hands where you want them. Give direction and feedback. Tell him what to do and what you like. That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I think, personally.
I don't want to put my hands in your butt.
Yes. And then here's the one that we agree on.
Okay.
Men and women.
All right.
Give great oral.
There we go.
That's what it
Both
says.
parties. How about and there you go.
And we have that.
There's a scene at the end of the movie. It's an outtake where she's and God, she's awesome. What's her name again?
Lynn Shay.
Lynn Shay,
Yeah.
and she's awesome. We've had her in the studio, and she's in the Insidious movies, and she's great. But she's it's her sitting in the back of the vehicle that they're driving in. He just sort of has this image of her always haunting him. And Preston, she's doing that for about 6 minutes while they're getting this footage to incorporate into the scene. And she's going,
oh my God. Oh my God.
It's hilarious.
All right, number 6 on this list, the guys want women to do the first time that they are naked in bed. Let us know that you're enjoying it. It
This
says,
is so great. It really is. I didn't want to have wine and watch White Lotus.
It says, moaning loudly and pretending you like everything he does is embarrassing for both of you, but you do need to give feedback, and lots of women don't do that.
That's right. That's appropriate, right?
Yes.
You're letting the woman know you enjoy it.
No. This is, hold on. This is men wanting women to do this. This is from the men's perspective, okay? It says, a genuine moan or groan of pleasure, a whispered, that feels great.
That's great.
This is what's so terrible.
A whispered, I'll say that again, a whispered, that feels great.
Excuse me. Sorry, I had cauliflower.
Sorry.
I'm sorry I had Brussels sprouts.
I had salad balls.
Salad balls. They're little fart bombs. Is that back or front?
That's what Jackie Bam Bam calls Brussels sprouts. Salad balls. But it says, a whispered, that feels great.
I don't like that at all.
We all... Stop doing that.
Should I call you an Uber?
It says, we all thrive on positive feedback, and never is that more needed than the first time when you sleep with someone. And never is that more, the very first time you sleep with someone.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kathy. And concerning that weather that I just jumbled here, it's a high of 48 today and sunny, so it's going to be a pretty good day. And I think the weekend's going to be pretty nice, up close to 70, if not for a little bit of rain. So obviously we love when this gentleman comes in. He is Flyers royalty and just an all-around worldly known good guy. And we were just over to watch the Flyers and they're for a victory. It's so great. And it's always great to have him in the studio. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Propp. Brian, so good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too.
You've got one of those electric smiles that just makes you feel good to see you.
I'm happy every day. After my stroke 7 years ago, like I'm happy every day. I don't worry about what's going on. And so like I'm just here to talk about my celebrity hockey event.
Which is terrific and is the Celebrity Face-Off game. It's on Saturday, 12 p.m. at Iceworks in Aston, PA. And so this is actually really cool. We were out, Preston and I did a video for the people at Mulchworks. They own this facility as well. It's a great facility.
didn't know that.
Yes, we just found out. They said, we're working with Brian Propp. And I go, he's coming on the show. So let everyone know what this is about and what it benefits.
So the benefit is for Headstrong Cancer. Like I'm a part of that. My wife Eileen is on the board of the Headstrong Cancer, and Michael Caleria and his mom Cheryl. Like they had a galas and they raise funds for people with cancer.
They do a great job.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I've been working
Casey's
closely with
Woodworking.
Headstrong since the beginning. I grew up with the Calalori family.
Yeah.
I knew Nicholas and I know Cheryl and Michael and Pat and everybody. And
amazing people.
Yeah, and so I'm on a cycling team. I do the Bend to the Shore bike tour, and they're a big sponsor of our team as well. So this foundation is very near and dear to my heart, and I love that you're a part of it. I think as a matter of fact, I was at their golf outing last year, and you were a part of that. as well.
I'm selling some cigars,
Yeah.
in a hole, and but
By the way,
which I still do.
You've got a killer golf game going on.
Well, after my stroke, like I can't hit that far, but usually hit it pretty straight.
I've had more than one person say, "Don't be fooled." He can play pretty well.
Yeah, but for the hockey, it's the tickets are available at prop26.com.
Okay,
and like it's sold out, but I have a couple celebrities playing with me.
You got
Doug Crossman, Riley Cote, Mark Howe, and Krista Oliver, and that's
Chris Terrian.
Yeah, Chris Terrian.
Yeah.
So three of the guys will be playing each team, and it'll split up the teams, and 4 goalies and 3 lines each, and so it'll go really good. And Lou Nolan will be announcing.
Awesome.
Gary Frazier is going to be the ref, and then Ryan Monaghan is going to be a ref, and I've got Ed Hospiter is going to be a coach, and Scott McKay and Ton Manahan and Chris Flowers are being coaching.
Here's the deal. The Iceworks is, when I was growing up in this area, there were 2 places. You had the Springfield Country Club, which was basically a shed that had ice in it, and nothing. And then you had the Haverford Stadium. Now you have Iceworks, you have the place in Westchester. You really do have some really great facilities in this area, which I think is great for the youth, upcoming youth playing hockey. Don't you agree?
Well, especially after 1980 when they won the Olympics, so like it really started picking up. But in the 90s, like they started making more ice rinks, and so that's why the players in the college are here and get drafted now. And so, but it's really good for the people that are here in PA. I'm looking forward to the golf, and then I have a golf too, but the hockey, and then I have my first Gaffa Cigar golf tournament at Riverwinds in May 15th.
May 15th.
Also.
So your schedule is booked, Kathy.
Yeah, so my son is doing a learn to play hockey. He just all of a sudden decided, I mean, he's tried every sport except for hockey, and this year he's like, I want to try hockey. I'm like, okay. And I know nothing about, the youth sport of hockey. And
be prepared to wake up early on the weekend.
Wake up early on the weekends,
right?
Be out late at night, spend all of my money,
all your money
on hockey gear. But fortunately, we had a friend who plays hockey, and so he gave him some of his used equipment just to do this learn to play, so he can see if he wants to do it. But it's kind of exciting, and you're right, Case. We've toured these different ice rinks all over the area. There are so many to go to. But what, do you have any advice for me? What?
Yeah. Well, so when I first retired, I built the Medford Ice Rink in 97, and so I ran the rink. I learned learned to skate, learned to play hockey, the camps, and then I did radio for 9 years after that. But I just tell them just to learn how to skate, because now that they have rollerblades, they can learn a little bit easier for that, and then switch to ice skates.
It's more linear.
So it's pretty the same. But I just tell people just to practice, and just work on your skating first, because that's all you need to do. And then don't worry about they're young and they fall and then they don't get hurt, and so it's fun to watch.
The main piece of advice: get very good at skating. Yes, right. Get that down, and don't worry about the mechanics of the game right now.
Right, because you have coaches that when you're young, they're here to have fun, and so I teach them how to play for fun, and then how they get better is by skating, and then they like it, and then they just keep going on from there.
Brian, we were talking about with the Celebrity Face-Off, which is again Saturday, 12 p.m. at Iceworks in Aston, PA. We were talking to some players recently, and just people in general who are associated with the sport. It seems that hockey players, when they retire, are more likely to continue playing the sport than other sports. And I don't know if that indicates a more genuine love of the sport. What would you attribute that to, that you're more likely to find retired and legendary hockey players continuing to play and doing sort of like scratch games and stuff like that? Why is that?
It's because you love the game, and so like you don't want to give it away, and so like you keep playing. You know, I still play twice a week in New Jersey when I'm back, but I'm in Florida now.
I can tell from your tan.
You're not getting that in Jersey.
Flip flops on right now, and I have to wear jeans, just shorts and bathing suit. But for the guys that are here, like they give back, and like Mark Howe, like he's going to be playing. He's got back injury, but and Chris Terrian's injured, but he'll play through it. And the team that I set up, the sponsor is going to be Sun East Federal, and then I have a couple other sponsors for jerseys, like Brian and Jay Horner, and that's how you make your money, by getting good sponsors and having the people that are there realize that why they're here to make the money for a Headstrong Council.
Right. And obviously said Headstrong does a great job. I wanted to ask you concerning, you're a stroke survivor, and we have John Fetterman, who is dealing with depression right now after having his stroke. Was that something you had to deal with after you had your stroke, depression?
Well, at the start, I couldn't talk for 3 months. It was a long time. Like I couldn't talk at all. And the first two things that I said was Bernie Propp. It just came to me.
Oh my God!
Does he know that? Does he know that? Because I'm sure he lords that over you.
And I talked with Bernie because he has a place in Fort Lauderdale.
Right.
Like I visited with him and his wife a month ago, and but he's going to be back here in the area.
The first words you wanted were Bernie Propp.
Yeah, so like it was really tough because I couldn't talk at all at the start because I didn't know what was going to happen on. And my affection, my stroke was affected my right fingers and the right side. Right. Don't work that hard. But for me, it was just being patient and leaning to your brain. That takes a long time to heal. And I know that's why Dr. Rosenberg has me using the Beamer machine.
We were just talking about this. I'm actually looking into buying one of these. My dentist has, Dr. Petula's raved about it.
I was hearing you saying, I thought you were talking about BMWs when you were saying Beamer.
Yeah. So what it isn't, there are different schools of thought, but the stuff that I've seen on it, and especially you've been raving about it for years, and what it does is it basically gets blood flow deep into the capillaries and parts of your body that normally would not get that blood flow.
Yes.
You swear by it? She swears by it.
I use it every day, and I've been using that for 4 years, and I have so much energy. I've never gotten sick. After that, the blood heals your whole body because of all the blood flow through it. It makes you much healthier.
It's
and
deep circulation.
More energy, and it takes the pace of pills, just that you have.
Right.
But just for this, for the stroke that I had, I'm like, again, I want to talk about the golf tournament I have May 15th. It's going to be for the Stroke Center of University of Pennsylvania.
Wonderful.
That's what it's going to benefit to. So just let people want to know, if they want to go to the golf, it's gaffawgolf.com.
All right, we're going to put all the information up on the website, and people know. Obviously, you're seeing you the way you are and as active as you are is the greatest advertisement for being positive. And that's something to let stroke victims know that there can be light on the other side of the tunnel. And this bodes well. So
because I talk with a lot of people who have strokes, and they get frustrated because they want it to go much faster, and it depends on what kind of stroke that they have. It makes a big difference. So like I talk with people all the time, and I just give them advice.
All right. So did you say in the beginning of this interview that the event on Saturday is sold out? Because I thought that's what I heard you say.
No,
it's not sold out.
The players are sold.
Oh, the player. Okay. All right.
But the tickets are available.
All right. So tickets are available online, $10. So if you go to prop26.com, you can
that's
get
PROPP 26.
Yeah, and then it looks like children 2 and under are free.
Yes.
So if you could just go in and just say, "Hey, I'm only 2 years old."
I'm only 2 years old. Wear a diaper. You'll be on. Yeah. And then after the game, happy hour with celebrities. You purchase a green ticket. Is that what sold out?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now we're getting to the bottom of this.
Yeah.
What we need people to know is whatever you're doing, make your plans now, get your tickets now, because it's a great event. Also, the fact that these hockey legends, including yourself, are there, and you can hobnob. I don't know if you've ever had your hobnob, but it should be pretty pleasant. So, so you got that. You got the golf outing and everything else. In general, how's life treating you? All good?
Oh yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
I'm happy every day.
Yeah.
I just got remarried like 2.5 years ago.
Congratulations.
But I love living in Florida and where it's warm, and because I'm always cold.
Whereabouts are you?
I'm in Marker Island, Florida, next to Naples.
Yeah, my uncle's there right now.
Yeah, and we have a cigar group that every Tuesday I supply them cigars, my Gaffa cigars from the Dominican Republic, and I just charge them like a little bit
twice the amount. You're no dummy.
Yeah.
Well, Brian, it's always great to see you coming in here, and we support everything you do. And congratulations on everything that's going on. We're going to get to some a feature that we do now. We're going to let you go, but Brian Propp, everybody. And no one does, of course, Casey. We cannot do the bizarre file. We have to let the man himself, Preston Elliott, do it in a delayed fashion. You have a sponsor, correct?
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
And this morning, the Bizarre File is brought to you by Monster Jam. The big leagues of monster truck competition comes to Lincoln Financial Field. That's going to be on April 15th. Visit monsterjam.com for details. Oh, I hit the wrong button.
A man is in custody after allegedly breaking into a sheriff's substation, stealing a marked police car, responding to a dispatch call, and then crashing the cruiser into the woods.
So he sold the car and decided to play cop.
He's going to play police officer.
Yeah.
So it happened early Monday
Now
morning.
to the fire department.
Deputies say Jeremiah Taylor burglarized the Park County Sheriff's substation and stole a marked patrol vehicle.
Now all I have to do is become an Indian chief and an astronaut.
At 3:27 a.m., the suspect overheard a call in Teller County broadcast over the police radio system and drove to that call.
Okay.
Deputies were made aware of the situation. They saw the vehicle. They headed towards it was headed towards them. They ordered the vehicle to stop, but Taylor drove away at a high speed. Roughly 2 hours later, the vehicle was seen, and deputies began to pursue Taylor. And during the chase, he was driving more than 100 miles an hour. So
he was in hot pursuit.
He wouldn't want to help the police out at all. And the vehicle crashed, and Taylor ran from the vehicle. Deputies located him in the woods where he had a knife and was not complying with commands. During the confrontation, deputies hit him with a taser. At least one shot was fired by a deputy. No deputies were hurt. Taylor was taken to the hospital with self-inflicted knife wounds. He now faces 8 charges related to this incident and is being investigated for several other crimes committed in the area shortly before he stole the police vehicle.
You hear something that's outlandish, and you have to believe drugs were involved at some level.
I would think so. Kathy had the story in the news earlier this morning, but I'm going to repeat this. A 24-year-old woman allegedly being held hostage by a man she met online was saved after using GrubHub to alert a nearby cafe to call the police. The Chipper Truck Cafe in Yonkers, New York, revealed that they received an early morning order with an added note that was pleading for help. Sharing a photo of the note to Facebook, the establishment revealed that it read, "Please call the police. He's going to call me when you delivered. Come with the cones. Please don't make it obvious." So on Facebook, the restaurant wrote, "Our staff responded immediately, called the police, and she got saved." They said, "I've often heard of this happening, but never thought that it would happen to us. Thankfully, we were open and able to help her. A big thank you to the police for the fast response." The workers who received the order quickly called the business owners, who told them to call the cops. According to police, the delivery is for a 24-year-old woman who was being held by a 32-year-old man that she met online. After meeting for the first time in person, the encounter turned violent. He allegedly sexually assaulted her.
Jeez.
And police say the suspect, Kimoy Royal, allowed her to use a phone to order food, placing the order at 5 a.m. for a breakfast sandwich and hamburger. When he opened the door for the food, it was the police instead. Royal was charged with rape, unlawful imprisonment, strangulation, criminal sex act, and sexual abuse. He was also charged with the attempted sexual assault of another woman who was able to get away on June 14th. The owners of the restaurant learned about his arrest after one of the victim's friends reached out. So they could have very well saved that woman's life. New York City Mayor Eric Adams waved a checkered flag to start the bulldozing event where 100 dirt bikes and ATVs were crushed.
It's pretty wild to watch this.
Yeah, the 100 bulldozed dirt bikes and ATVs were part of the 2,000 illegal vehicles already impounded by the NYPD this year, an 88% increase from last year. So, like here,
yeah.
They're driving them around in the streets, big groups, and not obeying traffic laws, and they're not supposed to be on the road anyway. They're made for off-road. So Adams said that they will be crushed today so that they can never terrorize our city again. Each and every one of them, they will be turned into scrap metal and eventually recycled. The motorbikes are destroyed rather than resold or donated in order to prevent them from returning to our streets and not allow them to operate again. Dirt bikes and ATVs made for charging down unpaved roads are not legal on New York City streets. So it was kind of just a demonstration that they were doing. But it's pretty wild to watch them crush these
As
things.
I watched it, I realized how much I want a bulldozer.
Yeah. This is sad news. It was a pet rescue attempt that went all wrong on Sunday. Police say 40-year-old Dmitry Alexei drowned while trying to save his parrot, which had flown into the retention pond behind his apartment building.
Oh, man.
Police say no foul play is suspected, but it's unclear how the parrot, which did survive, ended up in the pond with Alexei trying to save it. His friend said that he worked as an electrical lineman. He says Alexei had worked a long shift before the incident and says that he may have been dehydrated. The tragedy underscores the danger of wading into retention ponds that are common at apartment complexes and gated communities all over South Florida.
Lloyd, is there something we can do?
It's the eagle from yesterday. So Jay Sanford, who is the senior program coordinator for Swim Central, which is a drowning prevention program, said the bottom of the retention ponds, he said they are muck and you will sink into them. You don't know how deep they are or what's on the bottom. It's dark water. If you find yourself with a pet or child in the pond, they said just try to get them back to shore while you are on a steady platform and call 911.
That's so sad.
Yeah. All right, and that's it. That's a shorter, bizarre file, but we're going to have to wrap it right there, which is exactly what we are doing. We're going to come back in a moment. Stay with us. Back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR. Who's playing where? When? Answer your Philly concert inquiries at WMMR.com. All the shows that rock, all in one place. Just click on our always up-to-date concert calendar at WMMR.com.
Yeah. It says, park the post-sex anxiety. It says, women often feel anxious and vulnerable after they sleep with someone for the first time. If it was sex for sex sake, the old was that slutty vibe can kick in. And if you really like them, you want to know if you or your body lived up to expectations and that it's more than just sex for him. It's fine to ask for reassurance, far preferable than assuming the worst and getting all prickly and defensive. Another post-coital glow destroyer, snuggling in and fast-forwarding the relationship before it's even started.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yep.
All right, it's time for your exit interview.
The more relaxed you are about the whole thing, the more smitten he'll be, according to
I
this.
think that makes sense. Yeah.
Kathy, have you completely checked out of this conversation?
No, I'm listening.
Okay, all right. Be affectionate and shoot a few meaningful looks so that he knows that it meant something.
It meant nothing.
But resist hanging onto his legs as he makes for the front door.
Yeah, I think that would, in anything, it's probably bad to hang onto someone's legs.
Don't get too clingy. So those are the two perspectives of things that it's according to this article that people wish they would do the first time that their partner.
If you were to distill it down to one word, what would you say? Of
One
all
word?
Yeah. Relax.
Yeah, or communicate.
Yeah,
I think that's part of it too.
Blumpkin.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
But I think communicating is key, and it can be uncomfortable at first, but once you openly talk about things, I think that's it opens up a whole new world.
It doesn't have to be spoken. You can do semaphore, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Get at the edge of the bed with your flags.
Yeah.
Hey,
sign language.
Press, you and your wife have probably done it thousands of times.
Maybe.
Do you happen to have in
video?
Your mind, no. Well, I'm trying to finesse this out of him, Steve, so you can't just jump right into that. Do you happen to have a maybe a favorite one that you think might have been the best one you guys ever had?
In that journal? When you were watching them do it, which was your favorite?
I thought it. Well, what I thought when I was watching, I was like, if this is how they always do it, like, I just want to alwaay here and watch. Like, do
you happen to have one?
I have a couple in my mind.
There was one. We took a vacation to St. Thomas,
John or
St. John.
Mm-hmm.
So we were St. John, and we were with our friends the Chapmans, and we had these separate condos that were wonderful, and we tried to break like our sex record,
right?
Over the course of like
you
3
told us
days.
this not that long ago. You talked about it.
I did. Okay, so and Rochelle's nickname became Montana because she wanted to do it 49 times.
And how long?
That would hurt.
Like 3 days. It was a joke.
Oh, okay.
So her nickname became Montana because we tried to have
That's
49 or so. I thought that was fun. But that I just remembered that we enjoyed it so much, and it was a lot of fun that stands out.
That's cool.
It's like that's in Step Brothers, where he's talking about a summer of humping. I had to ice my balls.
What about you? Name one of yours.
My favorite was on our wedding night when we made love for the first time.
Shut up.
Yeah, that was.
I was like, I'm thinking, really? Wow. That was nice.
At the beginning
His mom might be
of the
listening.
relationship, when you're basically an Olympic gymnast, and, and it's like, and those are wonderful times, and then before you know it, you're in a studio with the stuff falling off the wall.
Right, exactly. Anybody else want to add their favorite? Do you have favorites that stand out?
I'm not answering that.
God.
I don't want to. You're making me feel
There was
uncomfortable.
one time when he brought a macaque into the room. That was interesting.
Hey, John. Preston's making me feel uncomfortable.
Facilities.
Yes.
HR facilities is coming together.
All right. I thought this would just be a fun little combo to have, and if we weren't careful, we learned something.
Didn't even mention Benadryl.
Case, we got to get you on one of those water jet packs.
Oh my God, I would love that.
We've got to get you on that. So I know they do.
Where's
have
the closest one?
They've got them down there somewhere.
AC they do.
We talked about it last year or the year before, and people said that they are available in certain spots. Very, very expensive to rent. But
Are they?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't know if that's the case or
Maybe
not.
we get a knockoff one.
A knockoff jetpack. But I personally would love to go on one of those things, but I'm dying to see you on one.
You see the dudes who are able to flip down and go underwater and dive it down and come back up?
Since they've had those out now for several years, there's people that have mastered them, and they can do all kinds of spinny, wild, crazy things in the air and then dive down in and back up.
I'm afraid that I would jetpack myself right down into the water and not be able to right myself, and then just
go down to the bottom and stay there.
Yes,
Down to
just
the bottom of the
continue
ocean.
to thrust myself.
We're watching video footage. They now have them where you can strap them on your feet.
Yeah.
That's
it's basically just a board.
That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I wouldn't do that one. I would not do that one.
Killed on
Casey, who would be more?
Just screaming down to the ocean floor.
Where's Daddy? Any kids? Anybody see Daddy?
William Shatner and his ex-wife Elizabeth are dividing up everything in their estate, from dogs to land to ashes of exes to horse semen.
Wow.
TMZ reports.
Okay, yeah, because he
loves it.
He's a breeder.
Yeah.
He loves
He puts it in his cereal.
Love horse semen.
I tell you, I love it in my cereal. It's so thick and creamy.
Wow.
There's just something about waking up to horse jizz.
Oh my God.
Elizabeth.
Spock, what's this in your coffee cup?
Elizabeth gets 2 horses. William gets all the dogs, 2 horses, and all of the horse semen. He gets
Who gets the jig jill?
He gets all of the horse semen and equipment, the horse semen equipment.
He gets all the dogs?
He gets all the dogs, yeah.
Seems unfair.
Semen.
It's horse semen in my big, piping hot mug of coffee.
And these are per the papers obtained by TMZ. Elizabeth
Yes,
gets...
I'd like a bear claw and a coffee with horse semen. You don't have horse semen? You don't know how delicious it is in a cup of coffee?
So Elizabeth, gets a Malibu and a Versailles, Kentucky home. By the way, in Kentucky, it's pronounced Versailles, not Versailles. Plus her family farm in Indiana, while he gets a ranch and their Studio City home.
But I got the semen, correct?
He gets all the semen. Their agreement also spelled out animal visitation rights because they don't have children. So
Preston, you know what I love to do? I love to drink horse semen through a crazy straw.
Crazy straw.
Through a crazy straw. It looks wild.
Yeah, I can imagine. Wow. Bill Cosby changed up his legal team again. Pennsylvania-based.
That one didn't work.
Yeah.
What do you mean? He's already in jail.
I'm in jail, Lloyd. I'm incarcerated.
Bill Cosby as Mr. Cord.
For dizzle anything.
Oh
my
for dizzle
God.
anything. Instead of saying anything. For dizzle anything.
I'm incarcerated, Lloyd.
He's holding up the boombox and the Cosby Show's like.
Oh my God.
There is a puffy black man on the front lawn with a boombox.
Oh, dear Lord. All right, so yes, he's incarcerated. And the Pennsylvania-based attorney Joseph Green Jr., who represented Mr. Cosby during sentencing, filed court papers Friday to have himself withdrawn from the case. Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But we don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation
It was
ceremony.
college graduation.
And as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for.
And paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow.
You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerk Off throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah.
Or
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the jerk off for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you couldn't even
hear.
You're so excited, and you're just your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. You know, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The
I know.
woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
From 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kathy. Lisa Traeger, comedian. We find her hilarious. She's going to be making you laugh in a little bit. She's performing at Punchline. She'll be in just a while. We just had a sports legend, Brian Propp, in the studio, and now another sports legend has entered our rank. I'd say higher. Yeah. We just spent some time with him down in Florida. Have you changed your title? We were talking about a title of Master of...
Still director of fun and games, but just got to let you know, I have a picture I just showed Brian. Brian and I played on the same line in ice hockey. I played 5 times for the Flyers alumni. Really? And,
well, Brian, that I mentioned, by the way, is John Brazier.
Hey! Before the game, Brian's like, John, you're going to be playing on my line. I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess that's cool. Right? Are you kidding me? Playing on the same line with Brian Propp?
Were you like a hockey player all through school?
I grew up playing ice hockey. Was captain of my high school team. And
what high school?
Haverford School.
Okay.
Yeah.
So was it a shift that went to a fascination with baseball, or was it just opportunity?
I was just always a huge sports fan, but it was totally opportunity because I quit baseball after Little League and switched over to lacrosse in 6th grade.
All right, so I didn't realize
I met a guy at a wedding, and that's how I got my job with the Phillies. So.
I didn't realize you had athletic chops. Hey, we did have a phenomenal time down in Clearwater, and I told you from early on I was a naysayer to it. I never realized what it was, and just by happenstance there was an article this week from a mother who took her son down and realized and had the epiphany that I had, which is basically Clearwater becomes Philadelphia South.
It really is,
and it's unbelievable.
Everywhere you go to the Palm Pavilion, you go to bars, you go to restaurants, you go on a golf course, you go in the airport. It's Philadelphia just totally takes over the town.
I love that.
It's amazing, and it was sensational, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I will say though, and I love the sport of lacrosse, but lacrosse has been robbing baseball of really good players for years and years and years. And so when I played baseball and lacrosse growing up, but I stuck with baseball. But I'm telling you, some of our best players, once they were introduced to lacrosse, they never went back to baseball. I'm like, God,
come on.
You could do both. You really, But just lacrosse is a really kinetic sport, but baseball is like America's pastime.
Well, and today is one of the greatest days of the year because it's it's the first time since 1968 that all the teams are playing on the same day.
Is that right?
Because usually the Reds are the ones that there was a tradition that the Reds have the first game. And they would play if today was Thursday, they would play on a Wednesday, then they'd be off today. So all the teams are playing, and so an interesting year too because every team's going to play every other team. So we're playing less teams in the division, and we're going to play every team that's in Major League Baseball, which is also going to be cool.
That's wild.
I'm very excited about opening day. Interesting to start in Texas, and start against an American League team. We had, as Steve was saying, we had so much fun in Clearwater. It was my 5th spring training overall, and we had a fantastic conversation with Reese. And then when that news happened last week, I was so sad about it because Reese is such a great guy. He's so easy to talk to.
Nick,
obviously a terrific player and coming off an amazing postseason. Have you had a chance to talk to him since?
I sent him a long text, and he.
John, I just to jump, I actually think I asked him, is one of the liabilities of spring training the potential for an injury? And here we are.
I know.
Yeah.
And here's the odd thing. So I think you guys know, I do a radio show on WBCB.
Right.
So Merrill Reese's station. So I was doing the play-by-play for that game. Oh. And so all of a sudden, it's not really my comfort zone doing the play-by-play, right?
Right. You're more a lacrosse
do it once
guy.
a year. Right. But all of a sudden, Reese goes down. Now, I not only have to deal with that and talk about it in real time, but there's also a lot of dead time, and it's not like we go to a commercial.
Yeah.
Or maybe I just don't know to go to a commercial. Maybe I should have done that.
Let's play a song.
And then all of a sudden there's speculation, and it was just terrible. And you feel so bad for him because he really is. He and Schwarber and other guy, Harper, Real Muto are leaders. But here's a guy who's been with the organization for a long time, came up through the organization, is such a great guy on a personal level and player level that you just feel for him. So yes, I'd send him a long text, and he wrote back to me, and just hopefully he'll be around with the team.
When that moment happened, I was watching it and my heart sank because you saw him go down and it looked bad
from the get-go. Because when he started backing up, you just knew something awkward was happening.
And it was going to be, you could kind of tell it was going to be one of those injuries where you're like, you hope for the best, but it looked like it was going to be the worst, and then it was. I guess maybe the silver lining in all of it is that Derek Hall got some playing time last year in the bigs. He's a good backup first baseman.
We are very lucky to have Derek Hall in there because, obviously when Harper went down, he provided the much-needed power last year. He had 9 home runs last year, a big lefty, so he's got to learn to, and I think he had a couple home runs against lefties in spring, so it'll be great to see what he can do.
I want to ask about Trey Turner because he was playing in the World Baseball Classic for most of spring training, so we didn't, get to see him in a Phil's uniform all that much, and so your interaction with him was probably minimal at best. Have you gotten to see him, talk to him, interact with him?
Talked to him briefly. He is, I tell you what, Philly fans that aren't as familiar with him, obviously, he played Dodgers, Nationals. He is a guy that fans are going to love. Charlie Manuel compared him to Chase Utley as far as just everything he can bring to the table. He brings speed. He could, if he wanted to, he could steal 50 bases in a season. He brings great defense, and with his shift, when you had the shift, you had a lot of the infielders bunched together, so you didn't need as much range.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's no shift, so the shortstops and the second baseman, I guess, really have to have the range, especially shortstops, obviously. And he has one of the best, has the best range in baseball. He's got a cannon. He can hit for average. He can hit for power. Obviously, he hit 5 home runs in the World Baseball Classic. Hit a monster shot the game I was doing the game. The guy is just a solid. Has that demeanor of Chase, where he's not flashy. He's not.
It should be noted that he wanted to play here, too. He turned down a lot more money, an offer from the Padres to play in Philadelphia, I think in no small part because of what Bryce Harper is, and they played together when they were on the Nationals together. But I think it's really cool that Trey Turner wanted, he's getting paid a lot of money, but he wanted to play here.
Well, and I loved his answer, too. They said, what went into your thinking when you signed with the Phillies? And one of the reasons he said, I was watching the playoffs and you could see the energy of the fans just jumped out. You could just, it grabbed you. And he basically wants to play there because he saw that vibe that's in the ballpark during the playoffs.
That's what Preston was bringing up while we were down there about again, he's, you got the other real baseball guys in the room here and Nick off the charts. But, Preston really rolled over into a massive fan, got caught up in it, and saw those things that go into it. And they all said, all the players, all these very charismatic players on the team, all said what you want them to say is that fan response means everything to them. And we do have, I think, as they will say, and we can say proudly, we have a hell of a fan base here.
Well, and they'd heard from the players for years. Every alumni weekend, they hear the guys from the 1980 team, Greg Lazinski, Dickie Knowles, Mike Schmidt. They hear the guys in the 93 team. They hear the guys in the 2008 team, because they all come back for reunions. And they all talk to a man about how exciting it is, in the playoffs. Wait till you get to the playoffs. Fans go nuts, blah, blah, blah. And then these guys got to experience that, and probably more so than those other guys, because I'm telling you, that ballpark, I've been with the Phillies 30 years, and that never was as loud as, when Hoskins hit that home run and slammed the bat down, when, Harper had that unbelievable home run. There was just, that was electric, about as electric as you can get.
Yeah. So you spent a lot of time watching spring training, obviously, John. 2 rule changes this year, most notably the shot clock, the pitcher's clock, and then the shift, which you mentioned. What are your thoughts about the countdown clock for pitchers?
I like it as far as it does keep the game moving. I think it benefits everybody. It benefits the defense. It benefits. Now, there's going to be some nuances, and I think they're still working that out. I know, like Scherzer in the beginning of spring training did a couple quick pitches, and then so there's going to be some little tweaks. But it does keep the game moving. I think games were cut by 25 minutes.
Yeah. Well, that's honestly, when you hear a complaint about the sport and the way that it's handled, it's that it goes at a more lethargic pace and to speed it up. And nobody that we talked to while we were down there had any issues with it. In fact, said this could be a big bonus to it. So
yeah, you just want to see more action, right? And you're going to see more action when you have the pitchers more focused. And you have the batters. Batters also get they'll call a strike. If you're not ready, I think within 8 seconds of the pitch.
I'm glad we had a practice round down in Florida. Thank you, John, because I was trying to meet up with some people. And we were texting back and forth, and we're like, oh, wow, it's already the 7th. Like, I'll see you after the game. Like, so that time that you would spend kind of wandering around the stadium, like, prepare for that to be a little shorter this season.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and there's certain pitchers the pitcher's end, there's Chris Bassett, who pitched for the Mets last year.
Right.
He pitches for Toronto. The guy is just the human rain delay. Just, goes off the mound and does the rosin bag and wipes his feet and this and that. Then you see all the batters, and they'll step out of the box every pitch, and they'll adjust their gloves and do this and that, and then get back in. Come on, just let's go. Yeah. Let's get the pitch. Let's get the hit. Let's go.
I wanted to ask you, because you got a little bit of the color, was that because you stood too close to the new scoreboard? Or I'm like, dear God.
Okay, two things. One is I was down in Florida since February 24th, and I'm part Cuban. But two, the scoreboard, wow, wait till the fans get to the ballpark on April 6th, because that thing is, I think it's 77% bigger. And the last Fanavision was huge. Right?
Wait, did you see the photos from the planes flying into Philadelphia Airport? You can see it. You can see
so you can see the Great Wall of China, and you can see the Phillies Fanavision.
Yes,
right from space.
People are posting it, and you can see it bright red with the logo.
I mean, they said you can fit 516 lifetime fanatics on the board. Right?
They measured that.
There's 11.6 million pixels, and I think it was 116,298 pounds of concrete to support it. It's,
what does it weigh?
Huge.
Do you have an idea of weight?
I don't.
Because you got to remember that's out, of course, in the elements all the time, and it's a huge sale basically.
It's gonna be so cool. Just the colors, the vibrancy, all the stats and the things you can do on the board. It'll be great for kids. It'll be great for stat heads.
And listen, the scoreboard's one thing. The fact that we are National League champions is another thing. And then we have to wait 5 games to have a game at home. Like
I know.
Opening up on the road is one thing, but opening up on the road for 2 different series.
Right, Texas and Yankees.
And then the Yankees stinks. I mean,
not easy either.
No, not at all. But what can we expect on Thursday for the home opener?
Oh, wow. I mean, well, first of all, what I love about opening day, and it never gets old. First of all, we have the block party out there on CB Way, so that'll take place. I think it's going to take place around 12 or 12:30, I think. We have a DJ. We have, I think, the Budweiser Clydesdales will be out there. So even if you don't have a ticket to the game, you can be part of the festivities out there. We're going to be raising the National League Championship pennant, which would be very cool. And with opening day, we have a lot of traditions, right? So
any elephants?
No elephants on opening day. We saved that for MMR night.
So what do you
we have
got?
Kane Callis, which is always, I think that's one of the cooler things we do. As Kane does his does the national anthem right in front of his dad's statue.
Wow.
And his singing is unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
So we have that. The Leapfrogs will be delivering the first pitch. Now, that's always weather contingent. I think it's got to be, make sure that it's not too windy so they're not getting swept out of the ballpark.
Tragedy today at the ballpark.
Right. One of my favorites, too, very patriotic moment, is we unfurl that giant American flag, and then the Philadelphia Boys Choir sings America the Beautiful while the flag is out there. The other thing, too, is if you remember, the players do the walk. They basically walk through the crowd out in Ashburn Alley and walk down the stairs and onto the field, greeted by fans that are lined up. So that's super cool. And then there's a couple surprises in there, which I'm not going to spoil, namely the first pitch. I think the fans will be very excited for the first pitch.
All right.
And as far as something around the pennant raising.
Is it Casey?
Yes, Casey. You just ruined the surprise, Nick.
Now
everybody knows.
Are we on air?
All right, so that's Thursday, and then Saturday is the McDonald's opening night.
Yep.
So what's going to happen that
That's
night?
a kids giveaway, or I'm sorry, if all fans 15 over
They'll be giving away some kids.
are going to give away some kids. If you want to get rid of your kids, all
that's
fans
my
15
kind of
over
sport.
will get a McDonald's 2022 NL Champions T-shirt. Sunday is going to be a great day, and I think we got a 4-pack of tickets for you guys.
We do,
And
as a
Sunday,
matter of fact.
It is a 1 to 5 start, and this is going to be cool because the players are getting their National League Championship rings in a ceremony before the game. There's no giveaway, but it's going to be really cool. Get in your seats, and you can see Schwarber and everybody get their rings. It'll be very cool.
When we were at spring training, we didn't get to see Schwarber or Trey Turner or JT because they were at the Baseball Classic. We also didn't get to see Bryce play because he's rehabbing. What is his status? I've heard reports that he's might not be until All-Star break. Some people are saying it a little closer to Memorial Day. Have you heard any rumblings about when?
No,
Bryce?
I've just heard unofficially that what I've heard is he's hitting off tees and he's getting his work in. So
nice.
He might just be one of these, and I say this in a totally positive way, a genetic freak that he. Some of these guys, these guys are such world class athletes, and their bodies are different than ours, right?
Well,
I mean, if I had that injury, it'd be 3 years in the making.
They talk about staying in shape year round,
Right, yeah.
And we were talking to, maybe it was Charlie that talked about, that they would. You take some time off and come and have to build it back up. These guys stay in player mode year round, and that's got to help with rehabilitation.
Sure. Yeah, because it used to be where they would come to spring training to get in shape.
Yeah.
You can't do that anymore.
No.
These guys are already in shape year round. And, Alec Boehm put on, 14 pounds of muscle.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
You too.
good.
Yeah. Happened to you as well.
yes. I don't know about muscle, but
But I, when we were down in spring training, right behind where we were broadcasting as a fence, and that's where the players parked, and I just so happened to kind of glance over, and I saw Bryce Harper pull into the parking, and he parked right up. He was driving a Jeep. And he got out of the car. I was like, oh, my God. This is Bryce Harper.
Well, you said hi to him.
I did. And he looked at me. And
He looked at you.
acknowledged me. He did.
Nice.
He acknowledged me with his eyeballs, and he was like, oh, this guy. No, but I was I didn't know what to say.
Casey boy guy.
I was like, oh, big fan.
And then you said, you remember what you said after that?
No.
We're doing a radio show up here.
Yeah.
And he was like, all right.
That's great. I'm not doing a radio show up there.
thanks for the warning.
Yeah.
Kept right on
It's
walking.
funny.
We do you want to run this montage thing? Because we're running out of time here.
Let's do this because it's kind of wild. Before opening day, it's a montage of opening day scenes or the mention of opening day from various movies. As it's running, yell out if you think you know anybody in the room, just casually, if you can identify the movie.
All right, here we go.
On opening day.
Opening day?
Welcome to opening day of
First pitch is just moments away.
And there's the first pitch of the season.
Hey, kid, how would you like to pitch for the Chicago Cubs?
Yep.
Great! But I gotta ask my mom first.
There's no crying in baseball.
Leave the room.
There's no crying in baseball.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man.
The
face of the earth.
the Yankees. Yeah.
If you build it,
Field of Dreams.
Yes.
he will come. God, I love baseball. I love baseball.
I've tried them all, I really have.
Hold on.
And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Man, this is baseball. You gotta stop thinking.
I'd wake up at night, smell the ballpark in my nose, the cool of the grass on my feet.
Killing me, Smalls. Pitcher's got
Field
it.
of Dreams?
No, that was Bull Durham, was it not? Because we already did
No.
Field of Dreams. Was that Field of
I
Dreams?
think it was Field of Dreams. It sounded like Ray Liotta.
Oh, because I was hearing Tim Robbins. All right,
I was hearing Carol Channing.
I rewound it. Let's see what that was.
I'd wake up at night, smell the ballpark in my nose, the cool of the grass on my feet.
You're killing me, Smalls. Pitcher's got a big butt.
Okay,
A juvenile delinquent in the offseason in his
Major League.
debut. Just a bit outside.
And the season's over.
What was that last one?
That one I didn't recognize.
Was that Brockmeyer?
Oh, it might have been Brockmeyer. Yeah.
Well, first of all, I had a little Brockmeyer moment. I don't know if you guys know this. So I do play-by-play, as I mentioned, and so I used to take it very seriously, and I still take it very seriously. But I decided the last 5 years I'll have a little more fun with it. So I was looking for a home run call because if you remember, I think we shared with you last time, about 3 years ago, Reese Hoskins hit a home run, and I said, put that baby to bed without a diaper, with obviously a little more emphasis on.
There you go, yeah.
So I needed to kind of, I set the bar pretty low right there. So I had to go over that little bar. So I was going around, and so Ben Davis, I was asking some people, give me a line. Come on, you got a good line for if someone hits a home run. Ben Davis said, I'll give you one that I've always wanted to use, but they won't let me use it. And I said, well, I think I could get away with using it. What is the line? So all of a sudden, it was that game again.
Yeah.
Reese went down, but it was Trey Turner got up to bat, and right off the jump, that ball, you could tell it was a home run coming off the bat. And all of a sudden, I said, it's going, and buy that ball an Uber because that thing was hammered.
That's great.
And I sent it to Ben Davis because, again, I feel bad because he can't use it, but he gave it to me, so a big assist went out to Ben Davis. So, I had Tommy Green on my right and Hugh Douglas on my left.
I love it. So concerning these tickets, how do you want to go about this?
I think we should give them away. Yeah,
it's kind of looking to hoard them ourselves, but yeah. So you picked a mechanism, the number case. How do
you know what? I'm gonna. Nick is the biggest baseball fan here, so I'm gonna allow him to do this.
Let's do 23 because it's 2023, and this year,
I love it.
The Phillies are going to make the postseason.
Nick, I thought you were going to say first person to bring Turkey Hill ice cream.
Grand Slam ice cream to Nick McElwain.
All right, cool. So Go ahead.
Just really quickly, there's a whole gallery on PrestonandSteve.com. We had so much fun down in Clearwater. Thank you again, John,
You're
for
welcome.
everything.
It's great having you guys down.
Photos of Reese and Brandon Marsh. We didn't even talk about that great
The best.
conversation.
Oh, he's
Casey
terrific.
and Sharks and everything
He's the
like
best.
that.
We're
So,
best friends now.
Best friends.
So we'll look to replicate that next year when they are the World Series champions.
That'd be great.
All right, awesome. And John Brazier, everybody.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, we're going to take a break and come back after this.
Oh my God! I keep hitting the wrong button, Steve.
It's okay. It's not
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And you know, there's countless names like that that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure,
Absolutely.
there'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play.
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It actually it made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. In Ireland, a radio DJ died in the middle of his morning show, the station said. Yeah. Tim Goff was his name, 55 years old, was an hour into his broadcast when the music stopped halfway through a song. The music resumed a few minutes later, but the presenter did not return to his show. The broadcaster, Gen X Radio Suffolk, later confirmed that Tim sadly died. He was 55 years old, and the rest of the story was about people offering their condolences, so I don't know what happened.
It wasn't part of their cash cadaver promotion, was it?
I don't think it was. Don't think it was, Steve.
Now, one of us is going to die during the day. And we're going to die on air. When we do, call in.
Steve.
You've won cash cadaver.
Dude.
That's not funny. Although he probably would get a kick out of this.
No, that's just, it was his time, and it's horrific. Remember, I passed out.
Are you saying he would have enjoyed that bit?
I don't know. Would any of us have enjoyed it?
Probably.
I think so.
Probably.
I mean, if I ever die on air while I'm here with you guys and you want to do a cash contest surrounding that,
Okay. Will you be our cash cadaver?
Totally.
All right.
We're allowed? Okay.
Yeah.
I want you guys sobbing. I'm gone.
Steve, I love the voice. So Dracula comes
Be the
on.
11th caller, and you'll be cash cadaver.
Oh, my God.
He didn't sound strong when he cracked the mic today. I just knew it was going to happen.
Oh, that's the actuarial.
Yeah.
That's the actuality from the
I was
winner.
waiting by my phone, and when he started coughing, I knew it was time.
This is horrible. This is terrible. That poor guy.
He just sounded weak.
That's what I knew to call.
I knew. I stayed right by the phone.
Dude. Oh, my God. To our own kind.
I know. We're horrible.
Our own kind.
Well, they shouldn't have set up the contest.
Yeah, you're right.
What is this stupid contest?
Be the 14th caller.
You're the 11th caller for cash cadaver.
Oh, man.
That poor rest in peace.
Totally,
Oh,
man.
my God.
It's just beyond. It's beyond the pale.
I'm not going to be able to stop thinking about that.
All right, we got a text that it should have been called the morning show. MOURN.
Ah, yeah.
No. I'm very excited to welcome once again Mr. Chevy Chase.
Yes.
Chevy, thank you for coming on.
Chevy Chase. I've never heard a voice that low in my life.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the compliment.
Yes, who is this, please?
That's Preston, who has the low voice, and I'm the bald guy, if you can see us. So I'm Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you the guy with the voice?
No, Preston.
I think I'm the guy with the voice.
That was very good. I loved it.
Thank you. Hey, Chevy.
Hi, guys. Nice to see you.
It's
Nice to
wonderful
see
to
you.
have you on. I needed to ask, you 39 years ago, you guys made the film National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, and
when you think back to that time when you were filming it, did you know that you had something extra special in that film and that people would still be loving it today? Because I've already watched it 3 times in the past couple of weeks.
No, I didn't like it. But no, of course. Let me just say this. When I make movies, I hope that people will like it, but you don't know, really. In fact, I've been doing recently some appearances, such as the one I'll be doing in Atlantic City at Tropicana, where I'm with an actual audience of, I don't know, a few thousand people or whatever. And until that time, I've never seen my audience. Basically, you make a movie and you never know anything. Once I snuck into a theater with Dustin Hoffman when we did a movie. I just snuck in and stayed in the back to see if they'd laugh.
Right.
But I mean, really, it's the same thing with Dustin or anybody. It's just we don't know.
Well, you know what? It's become a holiday classic, and it deserves that. But I also think, in a way, it might National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation might get short shrift on the emotional level because it resonates on so many of those levels as well. I remember years ago when I was a kid, my dad was sweating at a Christmas bonus check. And so that all of that, and I think it's captured beautifully in the movie in the attic scene where and I well up at that scene. That is a beautiful scene. How did that come together?
Oh, that's funny you should ask that. Well, it's not that funny, but we were in Breckenridge, Colorado on a ski slope shooting the very first scene in the movie where I'm going down the hill, and which you'll notice and see if you watch it. But it suddenly a blizzard hit us, and we were supposed to go back to L.A. and start shooting, and we ended up having to stay there. So the bed and breakfast that we were in had an attic. And we thought, well, let's try out their attic, which we did. That's where we shot it.
Wow.
In their attic. And I was happy to find, a couple of boards I could stand on that would hit me in the back of the head and in the front of the head and, whatnot.
Yeah.
So that's how we did it. And then at the end of that scene, might be interesting for those who watch it, I look out a window outside and see my family either arriving or driving away or something. That was shot in L.A. because if I looked out that window in Breckenridge, I would just see other houses and naked people. No, I lied.
No, but Steve's right. And I watched this movie the first time I was a teenager, and now I'm a father and I have 3 kids, and so the movie kind of on a few different times hits differently now as a father. And, somebody who prepares to make sure that, Christmas morning is as magical for my kids as it was for me. So, yeah, that one scene in particular is it's different.
Great.
But I always get surprised that when I can laugh at the same joke over and over again. And Chevy, the scene with you and the lady at the lingerie counter, it does not. Every single time I watch it, I'm like, I cannot believe that I'm like legit laughing out loud at the same joke over and over again. And when she says, "Can I take something out for you?" and you just start laughing, I laugh along with you. And
I know. I'm not going to say it on the air here, but
Thank you.
no, I love that part. And then you can't see the line, can you, Russ?
Is it lost on you at all that, and I don't, you have to be aware of this, that people quote you all the time? Like, I can't go play around the golf without using one of your lines from Caddyshack.
Fletch, everything, yeah.
Christmas time, there's always, Fletch. I have 2 Fletch sound clips that I play. You can hear these. Hey! And this one, I use those clips all the time. And it's just these little subtle things. Is it lost on you that you're part of people's everyday vernacular?
No. Well, it's lost on me, and that nobody tells me this except
us,
a sad guy like you.
Now I'm happy.
Honestly, I suppose I make those movies just for that reason. I'm different than other people who are, quote, comedians, and I say what maybe my dad would have thought was funny, that kind of thing. So I'm amazed at people's reactions, and I love it because he made me laugh a lot. So there you are.
No, that makes sense. There's a wonderful, and I just in research for talking to you, I checked out, did some reading and watched a video. There was a video of you with your daughter and your wife watching. This is a couple of years ago. You're watching the movie, and it was phenomenal because it's your daughter and you looking at each other, especially in the lingerie scene, and and she's like, "Oh, Dad!" You could just see it on her face, and you give her this loving look, and it was just beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I also have 3 children, and they're my daughters. Of course, they're now in their 30s, but yeah, we're a very close family. This is where I live. This is what I do. I live with my wife and 3 daughters, and God, do I love them all. They're just the best, and I wouldn't be alive if it weren't for them. Not to say that I was dying or something, but just, I just, that's it. I mean, I was looking at my wife this morning. I was in bed on top of her. No, I was in bed on. No, I just look over, I peek over to her side of the bed, and she's out like or something, and I just love her.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand that. What I also love, Chevy, so you love the actual describing the movie, and people are going to go see you. You're going to get your money's worth because you have tons of stories. And I did not know that the house featured in the Christmas Vacation was actually the same house used in the Lethal Weapon movies.
Well, that's right. Once we went to L.A. after getting out of that place, we had a place called the Warner Ranch. It was right across from Warner Brothers Studios. And there must have been 12 or so houses that they would use over the years. And we picked one that had a great lawn. And on the lawn, by the way, there was a toilet, just a toilet. You mentioned Lethal Weapon. That I believe there was a toilet scene at the very end where Danny
Glover.
Danny Thomas. What?
Danny Thomas, Danny Glover. Danny Glover's on the toilet. Yeah.
Like the toilet explodes or something.
Yeah.
So I said, that's got to be the house for us. And the property people had clearly forgotten to remove the toilet or just said that heck with it, and they got another house. And so I had our property people please remove the toilet from the lawn. And then there's this scene, it's like one of the first scenes in the movie in which I fall off the roof, setting the lights up.
Right.
And I land behind this bush, and I landed on the toilet. Nobody saw that, but that's where the property people this time put it.
Oh, my God.
That's hilarious. Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, we are going to have there's one of the stars of Christmas Vacation actually still lives in this area, and we're going to have her in studio on Monday. The young girl who played Ruby Sue, Ellen Latson's going to be here on Monday.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, so
what a little kitty.
Yeah, well, she's a grown up now. Do you have any memories of shooting any scenes with her? Because you guys did have that really touching scene.
Beautiful.
When you were
Santa Claus.
Yeah, Santa Claus. Yeah.
Yeah. We went out together after that.
That's cool.
I'm kidding.
That would have been illegal at the time.
I know, I would have been. I'll say. No, she was a lovely girl. I can't remember exactly what Ruby Sue ended up doing because I sort of lost track of her. But her name is Ellen.
Yeah.
And I hope for the best for her. She was terrific fun. Yeah.
Talking
Lovely
about
girl.
speaking of the cast, when the entire family is at the Griswolds, look at the lineup of people that were in that living room: John Randolph, Diane Ladd, E.G. Marshall, Doris Roberts, Randy Quaid, of course, William Hickley, the great Mae Questel. What a group of actors! That just must have been.
Don't forget Beverly D'Angelo.
Beverly D'Angelo, of course.
Yeah. In trouble.
And
no, you're right. Mae Questel and John Randolph was my dad. Mae Questel. Yeah, a great group of really good actors. William Hickey was a teacher, and some of the greatest actors went to his school.
I think at that point he just won the Oscar for it. Was it Prizzi's Honor?
No, I didn't win it for that one, but I won it for the.
No, he did.
Oh, that's correct. I'm so sorry. Yes, he did.
Yeah. Well, having that cast at that level of capability, for in supporting roles, just made everything that much better. Now, the legend has it that you also incurred a an injury during the tirade sequence with the front lawn decorations that were not working with you. Is that true?
Well, that's right. It was a rant when I was ranting about how I couldn't get the, things together and all that. And I just, from out of nowhere, decided to kick these reindeer that were on the lawn, punch them.
Right.
Because I was angry at everything. And that wasn't supposed to be in the movie. I just did it and the camera followed me. And I came back with a broken finger after doing it. I thought it was like made of mud or something. I didn't know what it was made of, but it certainly didn't absorb anything except my bones.
Speaking of rants, when you finally, when the dam breaks and you realize, Clark is not going to get the bonus, and you go on that, bug-eyed, fish-eyed, blah, blah, that whole thing. Yeah. Was that, had you written all that out yourself and rehearsed all of that, or was some of that just coming off the cuff while you were going through that?
No, we wrote it.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. Our next guest is at Punchline tonight, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Multiple shows tomorrow and Saturday night. I think it's your second time in the studio.
Yep.
A round of applause for Lisa Traeger. It's good to have you back.
Well, it just hit me.
Yeah.
The last time I was here was my first comedy weekend after the pandemic.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yes, and I ended up in these audience members. This couple came all the way from D.C. to see me, and I ended up in their hotel bathroom smoking cigarettes in their shower.
All right.
Till my 6 a.m. flight, and the feature was like, "Do you always party like this?" I'm like, "No, but we're back, baby."
Yeah. No, there was such an exaltation of that. Well, your stuff is great. You're very funny. I love your stuff, and so you have a very loyal fan base too. And we'll talk about your podcast. But I'd gotten a tweet or an email or whatever, but it came and they wanted me to ask you about the Skokie Swift.
I would love to talk about it.
What is the Skokie Swift? You are from Skokie, correct?
I'm from Skokie. It's a Chicago suburb, and I'm really proud because the CTA is like the Chicago Transit. It's the train system.
Okay.
And having the Skokie Swift is part of it, so it's like the cooler suburb because we're still part of the train system.
Okay.
So it makes me feel like we're better than the other suburbs.
Yeah.
We're closer.
That's what you want.
That's what you want.
And you're a dyed-in-the-wool, super proud of Skokie person, correct?
Yes, I want a Skokie tattoo so bad, but I can't figure out what to do because Skokie Swift is SS. I'm a Jew. That's like, you don't want to do that.
It's not going to work.
I have an idea because the only Skokie reference that I know is Usual Suspects.
Yeah.
And they talks about, Kaiser Soze talks about being in that barbershop quartet back in Skokie, Illinois. And it's on the bottom. He's making everything up. And he sees the reference. And then at the end of the movie, spoiler alert, they show that he's not actually from Skokie, Illinois. Is any of this ringing a bell with you?
Well, I know the reference, of course, but I've never seen the movie.
Not.
No. You don't want to scarp your body with a movie you haven't seen.
Yeah. And Kevin Spacey, I think his reputation has changed.
Yeah. That's a good...
Even though I love American Beauty so much.
Yes, but you can't support the SS and you can't support a potential pedophile or molester.
Yeah, but we have a great mall, library, great pita inn for a lunch special. But sometimes I'll meet people from other suburbs. You probably get this in Philly. People go, "I'm from Philly."
Yeah.
And then, because when I meet people, I always say Chicago suburbs. I don't lie. And people will probably say Philly, and then they're not from Philly, and I don't understand why people do. And
It's the same in New York. So in New York, I was actually born in Manhattan, Columbus Circle, but we lived on Long Island. You say you're from New York, everyone assumes you're from downtown Manhattan. So and it's just the case. So whatever large, you kind of get lost in the sauce, and that Skokie suffers that as well. Correct?
I always say Chicago suburbs.
Yeah.
But, and then people will compare, like, "Oh, I'm from Naperville." And it's like, okay, but you're different than me. We have the train. We're connected by the Swift.
But it's one of those, looking at a picture of it, and someone sent a picture, it's a, so it's a quaint line. It's a Petticoat Junction kind of vibe, right?
Yeah, I think it's only 3. I don't know what they're called. What's each train thing? A caboose?
A car.
Each car.
Train car. Caboose is the last car. Okay.
I'd like to see a train of nothing but cabooses.
So here's the deal. I'm from Delaware County, from Delco, we call it here, and it literally I have a shirt that says Delaware County, claiming we're from Philly since 1789, and that's what we do. Like we claim we're from Philly. I think I have a design for you. I just drew this up.
Really?
Now listen, I am not an artist,
and we have people who can provide you with ink.
Yeah,
if you want.
Yeah, we do. So do you know what the Stussy S is?
No, like the 3 lines that you would do in school.
What I did is I drew an S inside that S, and so it doesn't look like an SS. Do you know what I'm saying? You hate it.
I do hate it, but I love it. I do hate
You love the effort.
Yeah.
I think anything, like there's no creative way to have 3 Ks. You know what I'm saying?
No.
There's no, we can get by, and there's no way to have an SS without inviting at least that occasionally.
Because it kind of looks a little bit like infinity symbol.
It's
a little
but
bit.
it's a cool swastika. No, it doesn't work. But before we went on, I was doing research on you. I remember the last time we had a great time you were here. But I checked out your podcast, which is That's Messed Up.
Yes.
And it is basically an SVU. You talk about the show SVU, which is one of the multitude of procedurals based on ripped from the pages of today's headlines, Christopher Maloney and Mariska Hargitay and Ice-T and all that. You know the whole deal. But you guys are massive fans. But I'm saying, okay, let me give a little sample. I listened to the whole thing. I listened to another episode because what you do is you examine the episode, but you also examine the step-off point because they do actually take them from actual crimes. And that's what you guys. Is it what's your sidekick's name? Is it
Kara Klang?
Yeah.
So we researched the true crime the episode's based on, and we interview actors from the episode,
which is wild.
It's wild. We've talked to such cool people. It's really during the pandemic. They were all desperate,
right.
They're celebrities.
You struck while the iron was hot, yeah.
And so because of those name recognition, now we get, the people want to come on. And then the crimes are horrific, and then the episodes are fun. And I watched it all last night. I couldn't sleep. So sometimes on my laptop I'll be working on an episode and recapping, and then on the hotel TV I'll have an episode for pleasure on. Uh-huh. And it is sick. I don't know why I'm not tired of it. It's really a sick.
Well,
do you have a favorite episode?
I have a few. I like the older ones. I do like the older ones. They had a sense of humor. Richard Belzer, rest in peace.
Yes,
I definitely like the seasons 5 through maybe 10. I would say.
You know what's great about mind you, there's a wealth of plot lines because crime is always being committed, and they literally do key off. I mean,
it's ripped from today's headlines, right?
And sometimes they are so close that it's ridiculous. But with the episodes, and it starts to catch steam, and you have people like Christopher Maloney, and has he's been on? Yes,
not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Is he the? What about Mariska?
No, those are because once you get them, where do you go?
Yeah,
and we have a fantasy. We want to meet them in person, but. We just went to Ice-T's. He got a star on the Walk of Fame.
Whoa.
So we went to the ceremony and we snuck into the press area.
Did he know what you're doing with the show? And the fan, did he have any inclination or idea how devoted you are?
I don't know, but we are on the NBC press list because we got cookies sent to us with all of their faces.
Oh, my God. How did they taste?
Good, but I kept Ice-T's, so I still have his. I ate Kelly Giddish's face.
Wait, you kept the iced tea cookie?
Yeah.
I would too.
Life.
I would too.
Would you spray that with lacquer or something so it doesn't?
It's still good.
Yeah.
It's still good.
Wait, I need to know, what was Coco wearing for the star ceremony? His wife.
I'm actually in the background of all of her photos.
Oh, no.
That's amazing.
I'm in the background of all of them, and from the waist down. But because she's arched back on the star, kissing it, she's in a leopard print, tight short dress, heels. Baby Chanel Nicole was there. They were all there, and then his 2 adult children. Ice Cube was there. Chuck D was there.
Wow.
There was it was a who's who. It was really
one of the funniest things that we had Ice-T on the show, and we were talking about his wife, Coco, and he said, he goes, yeah, he dresses like the kind of pictures you see hanging in prisons. But he's right. Yeah.
No, and it smelled like weed. There was so many people there. And then when he was done, he went, Coco, let's ride. And then everyone got in their Escalades.
Oh my God, I want to say that. I want to say
Coco, let's ride.
And then everybody actually leaves.
You can say it to me if you want.
But nobody will follow me. I'll be, let's ride. And then I'll start walking and
you'll be left alone and you look like an idiot. That's what happened to me. Are you intrigued by other outside of that realm, for example, like the Alex Murdaugh trial that just happened? Are you into all of this? Because right now, in the world of podcasts and in the world of Discovery, the Discovery Channel, was it ID?
ID, I just watched the Jared from Subway 3-parter, and we covered that crime on our podcast. But the ID...
It makes your skin crawl.
Listening to the voicemails was rough.
Oh, my God.
That was rough.
Preston is not here, but he recommended it, and he said, but be forewarned, you'll want to shower in acid when you hear these things.
Yeah, because we do all our own research, and so I listen, but the voicemails are chilling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Him, and then also, the mom in it, his partner, his foundation partner is also a pedophile, and the mom involved.
How do they find each other?
Well, they do, sadly. But if people don't remember, I mean, not the funny thing, but the weird thing here, if you talk about the chronology, Lisa, is that Jared was no longer the Subway spokesman. And then in a bit of nostalgia, someone in their ad agency said, let's bring him back. Yeah. And it was not short after that happened that all this came to light. So they were clear of that. It's not their fault. They didn't know. But yeah, and then all that came to light. But when you start to hear those calls, because originally he was known, hey, I ate this food and I lost all this weight. We actually had a picture of him with us in the green. No one knew. He seemed like the biggest nerd dude in the world. Mm-hmm. But that's how these people operate. But I mean, it's super chilling. So
it is chilling, and what's cool is a lot of our listeners will write to us, and a lot of lawyers listen, a lot of professionals, and someone that used to work in Subway marketing messaged us.
What did they say?
Because we talked about it in our intro after I watched it, and they said that, everyone's like, oh yeah, he was a fun, friendly guy, but they said that they have hours of footage of him being a weirdo, and it was so hard to even edit these commercials together because he was such an uncomfortable, strange guy.
Really?
Oh man! Hey, so you're doing all this research, and you're sifting through whatever it is. Maybe it's audio or video or just written. What does that do to your mental state? Because I have a friend who's a detective, and some days are really, really, really difficult on him, emotionally. So has it affected you?
Yeah.
You get sad?
Yeah, I get really overwhelmed with the sadness of the universe, and then I get I'm more suspicious and not trusting, and it's more sad.
I noticed that when you and I first saw each other today. You're like, "What's this guy all
Who's this
about?"
guy? This guy's a killer, clearly. But what you do learn a few things. Is that, and it's always a given.
But I'm also always stoned too. So
so
I'm
yin and yang.
stoned, suspicious, and just on edge of everybody always.
Well, not to tie it back to SVU, because I'm obsessed with the show too, and it has made me a different person living in the city. I will never, hold the door open for somebody when I'm carrying bags because they can just push me inside and rape me and kill me or anything like that.
And you don't want that.
No,
Steve, I talked about it with some people and decided not a good thing.
It.
No, but I had to stop watching it before bed because it was giving me terrors.
Wow.
Every night.
I was in the car and a cab stopped, and I was like, "Why are you stopping right now? This isn't the address I gave you." And he went, "We're at a red light."
So what's your level of security now? So because of that, do you carry mace in your bag? And what do you do in the hotel room? Do you cover over the peephole? Have you become carried away, or do you keep it at a healthy security level?
No, but I'm more blunt with my if I don't, I'll be like, "Get away from me."
Yeah, okay.
Or I don't like that. I'm more blunt, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. So many people don't want to hurt somebody's feelings, So we're I think all
but if someone's
a little too nice sometimes.
Someone's invading your space, or they're acting.
But I've always been like this.
Have you?
Always, if I see a drunk girl and I don't like how she's being handled somewhere, or if I see a couple fighting, I'll go watch. I don't. I've always been not minding my own business.
Okay. All right. So when it gets to SVU, and we've talked about this before, and I'm sure you've talked about it, and maybe not at length anymore, but when a character is being questioned by the police and they're doing something I don't know, stocking groceries, they never stop.
Yeah, it's the best.
They never here I am, I'm investigating a murder.
You have detectives standing there, and I would give them my full attention.
Yeah.
Right.
No. I'm sorry. I have to stock these shelves real quick. It's
No,
really
these
important.
kegs can't come out of the truck by themselves.
I'm rotating the half and half. We got to get this done.
Or it's like, even if it's not your best friend or it's like a colleague has died, they'll just be like, I got to get back to the office. Are you not upset at all? Like, I get sad when just anyone, and I usually need a moment. But I'll tell you, the cases that upset me the most are entrapment, like suddenly you're in a house for 10 years.
Yes.
Those are the cases, or like a bunch of kids. Those are the ones that mess me up the most, like being held captive for years.
Where you lose chunks of your life. Those
are the ones that mess me up.
Judd Nelson was in a made-for-TV movie about a true story based on a guy in Germany who also happened to be
Austria.
Was it Austria? You know this story. He was a contractor, so he was able to build in his basement with like keypads and all this stuff. He took his own daughter, who he felt was getting a little too flirtatious and, like a pure lunatic, puts her in the basement, raises a with his daughter.
No.
And for years, a chunk of your life is gone, and you can't get it back. And the ability of a person to compartmentalize, no pun intended, and live through something like Elizabeth Smart or anything like that blows me away.
Yeah, it's also, in a positive way, outside of the suspicious, it's made me a more empathetic person, I think, because sometimes I'm like, if someone's acting wild, I'll be like, I wonder what they've been through. Because I think as a culture, we judge people for the, symptoms of abuse, but instead of like if someone's dealing with substance issues or hypersexualization or bad grades or whatever, we're like, oh, look at this bad kid, but we never are like, oh, I wonder what they've been through.
Or you do the thing where you go, well, why didn't you just? And it's like, you don't. No, when you're living in your father's basement prison, it's not as easy as you might think.
But he would also bring some of the babies upstairs, and his wife would just raise these babies. It's really
that's a wild. So of all of
the town takes care of her now.
Oh, okay.
So she is now good. I don't know about good, but she lives safely and everyone protects her in the town and stuff.
Have you ever gone on would you have any desire to go on a police ride along or because you?
No, we're a cab.
Well, what do you think in general with the reaction? Because
we do the research. They really fuck up a lot of investigations.
Liza, you can't say that. This is not your podcast.
Hey, can I ask you what kind of student you were? Do you like doing research? Do you like doing the work and stuff?
Yeah, it takes me back to college. I can't believe I did that. So I do like doing the research. I procrastinate like always. I like getting smarter. Yes, I enjoy it. I feel cool reading and knowing things.
So I wanted to ask you, because I saw you and I put two and two together. You King of Staten Island you were in with Judd Apatow.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you've done a couple of movie things. Do you like acting? Is it...
Yeah, I have a callback today.
For what? Can you reveal it?
A movie with a hot shot. I'll tell you after.
Are you going to be wearing blue makeup and living on a Pandora type of planet, or?
No, but it is a cool part. I'm excited because I haven't heard from them for weeks, and then I just got the email last night, so I'm kind of excited.
And you were in also Nope.
I was in Nope.
Yeah.
Jordan Peele.
I got kicked by a horse.
You were the makeup, right? Was it?
I was. I got kicked by a horse. I got to work
You know what's
with a
crazy?
horse.
So in that, there's like this underlying theme where this chimpanzee goes berserk and just maims and kills all these people. And we used to have these people in the studio, and they would bring their Louie the chimp in, and
delightful animal.
Really,
but when they cross a threshold, they get cantankerous, and they get. Well, we remember the story of the woman who was going over. This one woman had a chimp that was like 130 pounds, 40 pounds, and the friend tried to help her subdue the chimp, and the chimp ripped her hands off.
Right at her face.
And
her
like
face. Went for her. I mean, they're smart.
Yeah,
They're like,
do.
oh, I'm going to take your eyes out. I'm going to take your hands out, and I'm going to eliminate all the threats. Yeah. Crazy stuff.
So you getting kicked by the horse was actually better than the chimp attack. Yeah. Do you remember this story?
Oh no, I remember it.
Yeah.
But they are so cute.
They are.
We all have pictures like hugging the thing, and it could have ripped our faces off.
I wonder, but do we know what made it snap?
It was listen. When they get to a certain age, they just like humans will. They get kind of pissed off.
They're like teenagers, pissed off teenagers is what essentially it is, and they're like, I don't like the way you're looking at me right now.
They were transporting it somewhere or whatever. I don't know, taking it to the chimp doctor or monkey doctor, and it went nuts. So it was crazy.
Have you been watching online? I like the videos of the apes, seeing humans do magic tricks.
Yes,
I love it.
And they get blown away.
Excited.
Yeah,
I love it. It's so cute.
It's simultaneously because I really do feel that eventually we are going to end up in a Planet of the Apes scenario because when you see their facial expressions like that, that's exactly the way I look when I see a good magician. Like that first David Blaine special, I look like that, and it's wild to see that you're like, oh man, we are really close to these things.
I don't know if this is nice to say or not, but I was on a set with him one time. And I caught him putting a card under his wall.
Really?
David Blaine?
I saw it. And then another magician said, if you saw it, that means he wanted you to see it.
Ah, okay.
And I was like, nah, I think I caught him. I think I caught him.
That's what exactly you would expect her to say if he got caught. No, I wanted you to see that.
Yeah, but I didn't say anything. Like, I wasn't going to blow up his spot, but he was like doing tricks for other people, and I feel like I saw him.
Are you a fan of magic?
Yeah, I like anyone that's following their passions and dreams and doing good things.
Right.
I heard there's a guy in Austin. He has a theater, Esther Follies, and he's so good and that the back of the stage is a window to the outside because he's that good. It's 360 magic.
Well, you know what happens, and it happened. I remember that first David Blaine special. We were so blown away. I think we came in the next day and said, I think this is actually magic.
He's actually a warlock.
So he's certainly great at what he does. But I think the misconception a lot of magicians have is that it'll be bad if we know that it's not. I know it's not magic. The trick, the illusion that you're pulling off is really the impressive part. If you were legitimately Merlin, then it wouldn't be that impressive because you can do that. It's how you create that image that's impressive to me, but they'll get pissed off. I remember they used to have a thing called the masked magician reveals all about these different tricks.
Like, why are you doing that?
But I liked that. I didn't care. I was that much more impressed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I saw David Blaine's live show at the Tower, and first of all, I was surprised with how engaging and how fun it was because he is a really dry, like deadpan guy. But when you talk about whether it's actual magic or so he did this thing where he was like he was upside down and underwater for like 10 minutes.
The Houdini trick, right?
And I was like, okay, hang on a second. Is he actually holding his breath for 10 minutes? Or is this a trick of some sort? And even that, I'm like, I don't know if it's if what I'm watching is actually happening.
I don't know.
I can't watch underwater stuff like that.
No?
Do you freak out?
Have you seen, there's a video online, Isla Fisher, the actress, where I guess for a movie she was filming underwater, but she truly couldn't breathe and had to get out. But everyone is thinking like
she's acting.
She's acting.
Oh man, that's online.
And it's for a magic movie actually. Now you can see me.
Wow.
And I can't. The thought of like people thinking you're acting, but you need help underwater.
So my wife, my wife will not go into like a wax museum or a house of horrors because it's her conceit that if you were a killer, that'd be the perfect place to go because you could kill for somebody in front of other people and they think, oh, wow. So it's kind of similar to your.
Actually, when I was little, I made my family at Niagara Falls take me to a serial killer wax museum.
I didn't even know that existed.
I don't think it still does, but it's like me smiling as a child and my whole family so upset.
Oh my God.
It was on the Canada side?
Yeah.
Because there's a ton of like haunted houses and stuff over there. So I'm
like
not
tourist
surprised.
traps, you know.
Wow. It's bizarre. We talked about this. I said before we came on, I said, what does that say about us that we're fascinated by these people? But also, I think when you say about getting depressed about seeing what people are capable of, then you see somebody do a wonderful thing, and you're like, oh, that's the yin and yang. It makes you appreciate the better things more intensely. Does that seem accurate, or am I just talking out my ass?
Yeah, I think we're fascinated by it because if you're not a killer, you're like, how do you do it?
Yeah.
Well, the way I look at it, and I've been thinking about this a little bit lately, is Like, I just want, like, if you're a killer, you're not special. You know what I mean? Like, we're all capable of what you just did or what you're doing. You know, we just choose not to do it. So, like,
you want to say your message is big whoop.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
yeah.
You think you're capable?
Of killing someone?
I think we're all capable.
What?
I think we're all
Jesus,
capable.
No.
Oh, I don't think I'm capable.
No, we're not.
All right, somebody's trying to kill you.
Well, it's the Steve Buscemi and Con Air. Like some people do it for necessity, and some people do it for you know the fun.
Yeah, but like
taking a life, I don't know if I'm capable of
If
doing
you were,
that.
so let's say the scenario is you're defending your wife and someone's attacking. I think or your son in a moment where you had to, you would.
Yeah.
But I don't think if there's nothing good on TV, you'd wander out and do it. Right. So I think that's the delineation. Right. I mean, that's the delineation. There are times when you have to, you know, if you're defending yourself, right?
Yeah.
Like, do you see yourself being capable of it?
I think I'd be a goner. No, yeah, like end of the world apocalypse style things. Like I think I'd be in the first round of like the second round.
Yeah.
Wow.
You and me, man.
You have it down to rounds.
Well, that's my question: is whether or not
I'm not going to be nibbling a rat. You know, like I don't think I'm going to be like getting gasoline jugs. And, Like hiding and like I don't think I have that in me.
Did you watch any of The Last of Us on HBO?
I don't do dystopia.
You don't do okay.
I do murder, that stuff. I don't do dystopia.
So-
it's too real for me, and it's a little too scary.
Right, and if you figure that you're out by the second round, it's not going to hold any interest to you.
No, but I get into the debates. My friends watch. So, you know, I'll get into. Did you all watch?
Yeah, absolutely.
So my friends filled me in on like the big finale and like what everyone debated. Like, did he do the right thing or not? Or
Right. That's
a good question.
So you know, I got involved, and he's hot. So like I've been
Pedro Pascal.
I've been watching him eat the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You know.
By the way,
he's been in SVU.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
He's
in
been in an
fact, he
episode.
loves it. He has this.
We're
He plays a
turning
real
it.
skeevy character, doesn't he? Yeah.
Well, he plays he's actually, it's in season 12. It's Maloney's last episode. He's in it.
Before he came back.
And he's like an FBI guy who ends up being like the bad guy. in the
Right.
end.
Yeah.
Like I knew it the whole time. The second you introduced him, I'm like,
They brought him in.
your museum was the Criminals Hall of Fame Wax Museum, and it closed in 2014.
Wow.
And it was in
The
Ontario.
Criminals Hall of Fame. What kind of tchotchkes did that souvenir shop have?
No, but I mean, it listed the people there. It was Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, it was all the.
geez.
Yeah. That she was standing next to smiling.
It's so weird, but we are fascinated by it. My friend, I had to do like a check on our friendship. When John Wayne Gacy was alive, he would one of these dudes that would purchase art, Pogo the Clown art, and I'm like, you're putting money in the pocket of a friggin' maniac, you know. And so to me that's a bridge too far, you know.
Well, the most sick is the. You know, there's the chuckle blankers who like to hook up with comics. But then I don't know what they're called, but there's people who really want.
The women who marry serial killers.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
They're chuckle effers?
What do you mean?
You said chuckle blankers.
Yeah.
That's there's a name for people who bang comedians?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love we can't say it, but the alliteration is perfect.
Yeah.
That's terrific.
Yeah, chuckle effers.
I can't believe you've never heard it.
No.
Oh,
Thank you.
wow.
We know lot lizards and all.
Lot lizards is the
Oh
funniest.
wait! What are the ladies who like cops? They're called like badge bangers or something like that.
Well,
What are-
chuckle effers
Yeah.
is far funnier.
yeah, way funnier.
You could say chuckle truckers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to rhyme it.
The women, there were actually Manson. Before Manson died, there was a woman who wanted to marry him, and Manson, of all people, said he didn't think she was being truthful to him. Do you remember this?
I don't remember that, but we covered one where this one guy was in prison and there was a woman on the outside continuing his crimes for him.
Oh.
And stuff. But Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, I think is the hottest of the killers. If I had to pick one.
Hotter than Ted Bundy.
Ted Bundy was known as a good looking, but I mean, did you see when they in fact NBC got in trouble for this? They did a Manson series, and they had a guy who looked like Gavin Rossdale playing Manson, and it was just ridiculous. I mean, this part of the deal is, I mean, I like the accuracy. I think when that was the big issue with the Dahmer series on Netflix. People were saying, "Are you making this guy, you know?" So there's, there's a lot of arguments there.
Yeah, sexifying these people.
Yeah.
But, by the way, they're called badge bunnies. My friend who's a police officer just texted me, badge bunnies. Did you watch Escape from Dannemora by any chance?
Well, is that a separate thing or the episodes of SVU?
No, it's a separate
Ben Stiller
thing.
directed it. It's about the escape.
I didn't know that. There's like a 3-parter on SVU about all those.
Okay,
and
this
they're
is
incredible.
Yeah, Ben Stiller directed this.
They seduced a prison guard, basically.
Yeah, Patricia Arquette, and it's a true story. She essentially helped these guys escape without really even knowing that she was helping them escape.
And blew her career and everything. Yeah,
but she was.
because they're manipulative.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's how they get. That's why again, that's kind of our fascination with them. And a lot of them. I was just watching an interview with a guy. A lot of them are Mensa level smart. And they pick up the tools to do that manipulation, and that's how they get people. Like obviously, this one convict who was having this woman carry on his activities outside of prison. It's amazing. It's terrifying. And I think that's what draws us to it. So that's what with your podcast. Obviously, that's why it's successful.
It is bad, and I know they're bad, but I do love a jailbreak. I do love it.
Like, how is it even possible these days?
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
We just covered one guy. He escaped 3 times, and one time he was gone for 18 months. And bad guy, he killed. But I was like, that's cool. I don't know.
You got to get some bonus points.
Well,
for that.
the one dude who escaped from Dannemora, like he ended up getting clipped because he was moving during the day. I'm like, you idiot! You got to move at night, bro. You can't be moving during the day when people can see you.
I gotta watch that because in SVU she would bake tools in lasagna and bring it into the prison for him. And stuff. Is that what she would do?
I
can't wait to watch
She was doing
this.
food. Yeah, it might have been baked goods besides lasagna. Because to me, cleaning the marinara off their tools is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Well, the theory in real life about women who do that is they've dealt with abuse. So for this, it's like a relationship they can control.
Yes, yes, I've heard that many times, and that it makes sense.
That's like
you know where he is.
Yeah. Well, what's crazy is one episode in this, you go to her backstory and you find out that she wasn't necessarily being manipulated by this prisoner, that she kind of was like a little skank, banging coworkers in the parking lot and stuff like that.
I know we have to go, but Stolen Youth. Did you watch that one?
No.
It's about the Sarah Lawrence cult. It was like this father.
I've heard about it.
Yeah.
It upset me.
My wife was watching that. The father actually moved into the dorm, right?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Oh, jeez.
Sometimes you gotta be in the. Listen, I'm a fan of all these things, but even then, you still have to be in the right frame of mind before you tackle something like that. Yeah, you have to come in. I think you have to come in super happy. So even when it takes the dent, you're still pretty good. But we sadly have to wrap things up.
She wants to take a nap anyway. I offered her coffee first thing. She's like, no, I want to go to sleep.
I want to go to sleep. And we completely understand that you're coming off hours to visit with us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Punchline tonight, 8 p.m. Tomorrow, 7:30 and 9:45. Saturday, 7:30 and 9:45. It's going to be a great time. A round of applause for Lisa Traeger. Thanks so much. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back after this.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Watching me do it, had a little card on the front of it.
That is great.
You can't see. You can look for it, but you can't see it. And so that's why I put all those words, because I couldn't remember them all. It was just too many.
And that's
a great thing to know?
That's what I was wondering, because it is a lengthy string of pseudo profanities.
That's
that were just
wild.
all over the place. They were bizarre.
That's Brando had. That was the thing Brando did during The Godfather. He had the actors he was facing. They had cue cards on them. Because that's a string of things to remember, but it's one of the seminal scenes. And correct me if I'm wrong, Beverly D'Angelo has an improv physically when the SWAT agents come through the windows, correct?
Oh, did you say erect?
Yeah, it pertains to that.
Oh, you said correct, yeah. No, you're right. That just sort of happened. I did not feel a thing, just for those who might watch the movie. But which made me cry inside. I did not feel a thing, but that's just Bev. just happened to do that. And so, you'll see it in the movie.
That's beautiful.
You guys have such a chemistry, and we talked to her just recently, and that's and there's obviously a real friendship there. And in that moment, when you first met her and you were doing the first movie, did you try with anyone else? Was it just were you kind of just paired with Beverly D'Angelo right from the get go, and realized you had that chemistry?
Were not paired. I paired.
You paired.
I interviewed quite a few girls for that role.
I see.
And Bev just seemed right away. So I chose that girl.
And I saw that you and her and Christy Brinkley were was it Comic-Con recently, or it was a convention?
A few days ago, yeah.
Does that does that happen from time to time? You know, some of the national the vacation family kind of run into each other here and there.
Not really. That just happened to be. I know. Why did that happen to be? It did anyway.
Yeah.
Christy and Bev are quite a couple. I won't even get into it. It's too funny.
That's awesome.
I say Randy Quaid is, of course, amazing in it. And Randy's taken some turns since the movie, but that he comedically, for a guy who's also a tremendous actor, a dramatic actor, he just ate that role up. Was some of your dialogue improv with him as well?
I backed off a little bit and turned your volume off. Are you there?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we lost you for just a second.
You were saying Randy.
Randy Quaid.
I was about to say that Randy. If it weren't for Randy, I wouldn't make those movies. As you said, he's a brilliant actor. Period. And he just came on. You serious, Clark? That guy.
Yeah.
And I do a good impression of Randy. And I just think he's such a solid guy. I spoke to him on the phone relatively recently, and he was home with his wife and child, who unfortunately is a puppy, a dog. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, but no, Randy and his, he's just a regular guy. I mean, I can't tell you, when we're walking through the grocery store and he keeps piling the dog food on the thing, I'm not going to give it all away, but that's the guy I wanted.
Yeah.
And he did that, by the way, out of nowhere. He just started piling those things on.
It's hilarious.
I picked up some light bulbs and put that there to see what would happen.
Chevy, do you have a favorite of any of the vacation movies? I mean, each one of them means something different to each one of us. Is there one that stands out to you?
Well, I like the Godfather version.
The Godfather's an American masterpiece.
I know. So is one of mine, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep fighting for it. No, I don't think. I think the first vacation and Christmas Vacation are probably my favorites. But then then I think about European Vacation. That was very funny.
Yeah.
I had Eric Idle in that, and then Vegas Vacation wasn't my favorite. It was rough to do, but otherwise, I enjoyed it very much, obviously. But I think the first one and the last one.
Well, there are tons of stories associated with the movies, and I'll just bring up one that you got a lot of tidbits that you've given us today. But as the legend goes, Chris Columbus was offered the directing role for National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation first, and then passed on it, and he went on to direct Home Alone from that. Is that correct?
No, actually, he discovered the country in 1492.
It was that one. Wow.
Anyway, I have no idea if that's really true. I don't know Chris Columbus.
Okay.
I always wanted Harold Ramis, and is that who I got?
No, you
Harold, or was it
you got
Michael
Jeremiah
Ritchie?
Chekchik.
Oh, I got Jeremiah. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
So there you have it. My knowledge of that is really shaky.
What you've given us is worth it, though. The conversation has been great, and this is some of what you'll get if you attend the screening and the conversation afterwards.
Yeah, this is going to be
thank you.
Saturday night at Tropicana Casino and Resort in AC. Tickets available at Ticketmaster. I'm actually going to give away some here in just a little bit.
8 o'clock. It'll be great fun. I hope the place fills up and is packed with young girls.
As a fan,
wonderful people.
As a fan, we are thrilled you're doing this with your movie catalog because we are massive fans.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you. I thank you for that.
Thank you
Thanks
so
for the
much,
interview.
Chevy. Have a great holiday. Enjoy the weekend and take care of yourself, okay?
Well, you too, guys.
All right, thank you.
bye.
Chevy Chase, guys. I mean, come on, man. The great Joe Satriani, guitarist.
The only rock in St. Louis, KGN 89.1. Up on deck right now, we've got some hot new stuff from a guy named Joe Satriani. This cat really knows how to play guitar. Watch out for him. He's getting some really fantastic...
Dude, stop it.
If I have to listen to, he's calling my phone.
Okay, all right.
Then you got to listen to that.
commercial success from his all-instrumental album, which you don't...
This is me in broadcasting school.
Right.
Mind you.
...seen much of, and I see some very big things from him in the future. So what do you say we roll it? This is The Crush of Love on KGN.
At least, listen, I still have never showed you guys mine. At least you're like, you're doing it. Like, I froze. I didn't, like,
Did
the
you?
words weren't even coming out of my mouth.
There's no words on it?
Oh, yeah. It was, Steve, there were very little words on it.
I didn't know that.
Do you have it, or is it just mythical
No,
now?
I have it. I think I lied to you guys and said I didn't.
I think you did.
I
In fact,
knew it.
We know you did. Preston, but that's a very serviceable. It's not that bad.
It was terrible.
No, that's what I mean. Like, listen, it's terrible now, but like you were speaking well,
yeah.
and you.
I can't read it. There's no words on it.
I was talking like this, you know.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like you're in broadcast school.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, here's another one if you want to hear Foreigner.
This is KGN 89.1, the only rock of St. Louis. Good afternoon. I am feeling good, and I hope you are too. And if not, I've got just the thing for you. Here's a little bit of Foreigner, double vision on KGN.
I like that. I hope you're feeling good. If not, there's not a goddamn thing I can do about it.
That's me, by the way, just sitting in a booth with a tape recorder.
Yeah.
I wasn't actually on the radio.
It's
I was
the weirdest-
pretending. I had to make up a radio station. KGN did not exist. I made that up. No. I don't know why I thought of those letters KGN. K-Gun.
Yeah, man.
I don't know. Kevin Gunn.
Yeah.
Anyway, Joe Satriani, that cat turned 66 years old today. We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swardson.
Yeah, everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. you nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
a lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my
preface.
show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I've been doing it like 22 years, which is insane." And a lot of people just know me from movies, so it's kind of a bonus when they're like, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, "Oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh,
this is a whole other
crazy."
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Oh, all right.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, "Oh, it's this kid." And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, "Who is this dude?" And a lot of the younger guys were like, "Oh, that's this kid Nick Swardson. That was my first special." And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I love them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy. And he like called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, yeah, you. So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
there's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And it's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "Okay, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts.
Yes.
And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another
concrete mix instead of the remains of their loved ones.
This looks a lot like Quaker Oats.
Hess forged dozens of body donor consent forms, federal investigators found, and a former employee accused her of earning $40,000 by extracting and selling the gold teeth of some of the deceased.
How come there are cat turds in this?
As part of the macabre scheme.
Can you imagine that? Yeah.
While it is illegal to sell organs such as hearts, kidneys, and tendons for transplant in the United States, the sale of cadavers and body parts for use in research or education is not regulated by federal law.
Yeah, obviously this, though, is a violation.
Yeah, they're doing it without consent. So,
we forgot to mention that part.
The president of a nationally known rabbit rescue nonprofit has been charged with felony animal cruelty and torture after 47 dead rabbits were found by authorities in a feces-filled barn last week. Police found a chaotic and tragic scene when they arrived to investigate reports of sick and dead rabbits at a barn dubbed the Peace Bunny Cottage.
Yeah, in pieces.
They saw rabbits running loose in the barn, and the smell of death, feces, and urine was overwhelming, according to the complaint.
This is the rabbit version of your first story.
The county attorney, Ron Hocevar, said that this is the first time we've ever seen this type of abuse case where you have a rescue operation that is now doing the opposite. We're deeply troubled by the actions of the defendant in the case.
They became suspicious when he released a Hassan Pfeffer cookbook.
Stephanie Hope Smith, who serves as president of the Peace Bunny Foundation, was allegedly on vacation at the time. She agreed that the animal's current condition was, quote, not appropriate, and said most of the loose bunnies were due to be picked up by another group. Officers assisted by an Animal Humane Society vet returned the next day with a warrant to find hundreds of rabbits of different ages running loose in the open barn area. Many had burrowed holes in the large piles of manure. And 2 rabbits, an adult with a broken back, and a baby infested with maggots were immediately euthanized.
6 gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
Beneath plywood floorboards, were many more dead rabbits and body parts in various stages of decomposition. In all, authorities found 47 dead bunnies and 19 bunnies in need of immediate attention. Other rabbits were in cages where almost none had water or several were without food.
I'm going to say it. This person was not cut out for this line of work.
No, they were not.
Yeah.
So Hocevar said that animal cruelty cases in the county typically involve a common household pet like a dog. The Humane Society is caring for the 200 rabbits found in the barn. Stephanie Smith who was charged with 3 gross misdemeanors in addition to 2 felonies. Will make her first court appearance on August 22nd. Wow.
The sweetest animals. You treat them like that.
All right. This is an interesting story. A wet wipe island the size of 2 tennis courts has formed in the Thames River, causing it, as it flows through London, to change course. Ministers have asked...
We're going to redirect Wet Wipe Island.
Ministers...
And we shall join it with Tampon Cove.
God.
In one superstructure made of both handy wipes and Tampex.
Ministers have...
Be open for tourists come next July.
Ministers have asked people to stop using wet wipes.
Don't pull the strings.
And the government is considering banning those that contain plastic.
You'll dismantle the island.
Fleur Anderson, a Labour member of Parliament,
warn that when flushed down the drains, wet wipes don't disintegrate and instead end up in the Thames, England's second longest river.
Though don't they suggest they do? That's one of the fallacies. Is that we've had plumbers tell us that a lot of people, believe that those things disintegrate and they don't. Like,
oh yeah,
Yeah.
And even if it says flushable, you shouldn't flush them.
you shouldn't flush them.
So, Fleur Anderson said, there is an island the size of 2 tennis courts, and I've been and stood on it. It's near Hammersmith Bridge in the Thames.
I planted a flag.
And it's a meter deep or more in places of just wet wipes. It's actually changed the course of the Thames. Anderson has proposed banning the manufacture and sale of wet wipes containing plastic, noting that it is unlikely to become law without government backing.
I would imagine it's a clean island, correct?
Well, yes.
Yeah, they're wet wipes.
Of course, yes. Most wet wipes are made from with plastic, which does not break down when flushed. Furthermore, they can break into down into microplastic and damage aquatic life and the Thames ecosystem. So, but they have an island that's made out of wet wipes in the river. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we'll take a break and be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat climb, they can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It's like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her. And
Okay,
I just want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute
All right.
antithesis
The love of bats
bat.
is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your 3rd time. It says, why do you keep coming back? And you said, I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy, by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean,
Okay.
I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. She just I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off. Yeah, and it really helps. Sure, it really helps.
5 years, 1 month. 5 years, 1 month. Yeah.
It's all about the balance. You know what I mean?
Great to see you, man. Thanks for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swardson. I had sex yesterday.
What?
I did. It was a wonderful experience. We had a window.
Oh,
very
could
rare.
people see through it?
It's very rare. Yes, of course.
I was watching the whole time.
Our next door neighbors,
Press, we're really enjoying it. Keep going.
Steve and Karina. Hope you guys enjoyed that. No, it was nice. And when you've got essentially 5 grown people living in the same house, it's tough to find opportunities to do that. So I relish it when it happens. But there was an article that Steve had sent to me last week that I didn't get a chance to get to. And it's 7 things that men wish women would do the first time they have sex. But it's also 7 things that women wish men would do the first time.
So you're getting some assistance here, and I think at least one of them in both lists is do it by an open window.
I think so. So you want me to start with what the ladies would like?
I think that's the most interesting. Yes.
Ladies first?
Yeah, let's go that way.
Okay, so this is according to this article, and number 1 on the list is give lots of compliments at the start.
Way to go! That's my girl.
Even if it, and listen to the example here, even if it's a mumbled perfect breasts.
Oh my God. Wait, what? Wait,
Or
There's no way.
What?
No.
What did I miss?
I get it. Just that.
Oh, grody.
That's like Casey's.
Well, that was more of a reaction than I thought.
Oh, God. Your knockers. No, not your knockers, your breasts. Your breasts are like melons. Not melons, like pillows. Can I fluff your pillows?
Oh, my God.
Your breasts are perfect.
Or your skin feels so soft.
Okay,
that one's
That's
okay,
all
right?
Yeah.
I want to turn it into a coat.
That's it.
Well,
Ed Gein? No, make some acknowledgement of the fact that you're thrilled that you finally got your hands on our body. This is according to women.
I've been waiting to feel you up for years.
Even if you don't think we're a 10 and don't need to be told it, tell us anyway.
When you were our babysitter, I so wanted to feel you up, but now you're of age.
It says there's nothing sexier than a lover looking at you up and down, then straight into the eye and saying, "My God," in a strangled, overcome voice.
I think it's just because it's coming from you, maybe. I'm not.
That's weird.
Let me ask you, Kathy, and Marissa, so we have you both in.
Wait a minute.
Thanks.
And is
Hand that off.
there, do you like being talked to a lot during?
No, she doesn't.
Yeah.
Kathy.
Shut up.
Yeah, totally.
Get it over.
Shut up.
Stop bothering me.
Yeah.
Close your eyes.
Make your deposit and shut up.
By the way, I want to try this. It says, try saying "my God" in a strangled, overcome voice. So let me try that.
God.
My God. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
She says, it's daunting being naked in front of someone for the first time. Knowing you think we look great helps us relax into it. All right, number 2 on this list is 7 things that women hope for the first time you have sex with them. Show us how much you want us.
Oh, okay.
It says a bit of caveman is a good thing.
I did a pie chart presentation here, if you don't mind. If you notice in the first graph, the overlapping colors depict how much I want you.
No, it says a bit of caveman is a good thing.
This is terrible.
It says this doesn't mean pushing us back on the bed, unzipping yourself and going for it.
No.
That we don't want. But being too tentative is an equal turnoff.
Yeah.
So
I can see that.
You want to be a man, but you don't want to be over.
You have to be
overzealous.
a polite caveman.
Right.
Would it be okay if I jumped on you?
Grog-like. All right, and then number 3 on this list says, once our consent has been given, go for it.
Well,
it says, undress us like we're the most longed-for present you've ever wanted.
A PlayStation!
Just thinking of those 2 little kids in front of the Christmas tree.
Just ripping their clothes off.
That's exactly what I wanted!
It says, let your eyes and fingers trail over every part. Let us see naked lust in your eyes.
Would you just get this over with?
Grab a handful of hair and pull it.
Oh, my God.
That's my pubic hair.
Grab our face and kiss us hard. Let me grab your face.
What are you doing?
I'm tugging on your ears.
You're hurting me. I can't breathe. I know you're holding. Listen, stop it. Relax.
All right. Number 4 on this list is, it says, give us lots.
Locks?
No, I'm sorry. Kiss us lots.
Here's some locks. Here's a schmear.
No, kiss us lots. Soft kisses on the lips. Deep kisses with an occasional tongue darting in and out. Nibbles and bites on the neck.
All right, so let me ask you guys, and we've heard this said in a number of surveys, that those little aspects of affection are actually more desirable in the long run. The gentle stroking, massaging and kisses, and that romantic side of it is more what is preferred. Is that correct? I pose it to you two.
I don't know. This is all disgusting.
Oh, my God. It all depends on the person. I'm going to speak up for the ladies.
Yeah, no, it does.
Some people, you need to have communication when you're getting naked.
I love a neck kiss. If
Okay.
that's what you're going for,
Okay,
Steve.
yeah.
But like too soft,
that's a big turn on.
nah,
Yeah.
you need to, like-
What about darting tongues and that strangled voice?
Darting tongues. That's where I draw a line.
Steve.
What are you saying? I don't like that sound.
You had darting tongues one time, right?
Darting tongues?
Or licking tongues.
I mean,
they
licked
licked
my
your
face.
face. Oh, my God.
Right in front of you, too.
You had a face licker in front of Kathy?
It was a joke.
Oh,
But we
okay.
were like at an appearance. We were like Questlove was DJing. We were
I don't
hosting a party.
Stop it. I just put my makeup on.
All right, it says women love kissing, so don't rush through it. And to get to the main event, for you, that's intercourse. Foreplay is the best part for us.
Is it really the best part, though?
I don't know.
For you? I'm asking the ladies.
It depends on who you're talking to. That's the thing.
Just get it done. Get it done. And shut up. Stop with the darting tongue and no pooper.
Kathy, we need a shirt for you that just says off me. Off me.
Now.
Off me. All right, number 5, give great oral.
You still owe me another month's rent. So if I were you, I would start doing some tongue.
Black Crows, 93.3 WMMR. 10:13 on a pre-Friday.
No sad, bro?
No sad. Almost. Well, it's pretty much no sad, bro.
I'm totally down. It's the only thing that's getting me through is the no sadness. And then you have what appears to be sun outside.
Yeah.
The weather's pretty good. Lots to be happy for.
I've asked this question before. What do you think is better, a Friday or a Sunday?
Friday.
And everybody says Friday.
By far.
Let me throw this out there. What's better, a Thursday or a Sunday?
So there's a case to be made that Thursday evening into Friday is on an even playing field with Friday.
Thursday's got a great feel to it.
It does.
So my daughter had her ring ceremony. She's a junior in high school, and so she had her ring mass and ceremony last night. And then we went out to dinner afterwards, and she's like, I got a test tomorrow. And I was like, what teacher
I know.
would give you a test the morning after? Like, like they're all like juniors. I don't know.
Right.
I said, is this teacher a butthead? And she said, no, they're actually pretty cool.
Well, but she's an exemplary student. So they're doing something right.
She really is.
There you go.
And so congratulations to, all the juniors, not just at Marion Mercy, but, right now is ring ceremony time.
You know what I wanted to ask you? Do we still have things to give away?
We do.
All right.
We do. As a matter of fact, I already did beer and I did that Renfield movie, but we also have
I'm just
it's
asking.
We do.
Right.
We do.
So leading into
Marissa, she's good. She reminded me we have to do
trash. And news
and this lesson question. So we are going to give away something. This is a gift card to Nebraska. And Nick actually has our lesson question for today.
Yeah,
Nick,
this is something you got to earn, and that's why we're not doing something else to give away right now. So after his stroke, what were the first 2 words that Brian Propp said? This is actually a fact that he told us about this morning that we didn't know about. After he had his stroke, what were the first 2 words that Brian Propp said? 215-263-WMMR.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
By the way, those little pauses, Casey makes a face and he's self-loathing, but I think you're doing a great job.
Well, I see Preston do the same thing. Whatever.
It's all right.
Trash is brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Got junk? You want it gone? Got floors? Want them clean? Call J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Veteran-owned and operated, started right here in southeastern PA. Call 844-GET-JDOG, or you can visit them online at jdog.com. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Leonardo DiCaprio attended the North American debut of the Swedish electric car Polestar 3 in New York on Tuesday. DiCaprio reportedly brought along his girlfriend to test the vehicle's child safety seat.
Hey!
Katherine Heigl, revealing that she's now spending far more time at her home in Utah. Heigl explained, saying she decided that Utah was a better place to raise her kids, and everyone in Hollywood thinks she's a bitch.
Yeah.
And finally, Russell Crowe again clarifying he's not going to be a part of the new Ridley Scott sequel to The Gladiator. Crowe, who has gained a lot of weight, recently reportedly turned down the role of Nutris Systemus.
Yeah. And that is your Hollywood Trash, right? Sorry.
Yes, you're right.
All right, once again, the lesson question. After his stroke, what were the first 2 words that our friend Brian Propp actually said?
Okay, so I think, speaking of Brian Propp, we're going to go to a gentleman named Brian on line 7. Brian, are you there?
Yes.
All right. Can you do that question again for me, Nick?
Yes,
So
Brian, do you know the answer to the question? After his stroke, what were the first 2 words that Brian Propp said?
Bernie Perron.
He's right.
one of the funniest things I've heard.
It's not even a joke.
Out of a stroke. 2 words. Bernie Perron.
All right,
He must love that. Bernie must love that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Brian, I'm going to put you on hold real quick, and I'm going to tell you what you won, which is a $100 gift card to Nebraza. This Easter, celebrate at Nebraza in Horsham with a unique Rodizio-style dining experience. Brunch and dinner seating available. For reservations, go to nebraza.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Guest reporter Kathy Romano. Can you hear me? There we go. Guest reporter Kathy Romano.
You have a sponsor case?
There is no sponsor.
Oh, there's no sponsor.
There's no sponsor, Kathy Romano.
Okay, so in music news, Metallica has unleashed the heavy driving title track to the upcoming studio album 72 Seasons. The new track is available on WMMR.com. 72 Seasons comes out on April 14th. It's available for pre-sale at WMMR.com, while physical copies are available for pre-order at Metallica.com. The LP will contain 12 tracks and clocks in at over 77 minutes. And is this what Bill Weston wanted us to talk about?
Yeah. So today, and that listening event that was at the theaters.
Yes, so that's going to happen on Thursday, April 13th. So you got actually 2 weeks from today.
Okay, yeah.
And so if you want tickets and a list of participating theaters, you go to Metallica.film, and all the information is there. Or, Marissa, is that information up on PrestonSteve.com?
Of course it is, and WMR.com.
Excellent.
Sammy Hagar promises more songs from Van Halen in his upcoming show with The Circle. The band features Van Halen bandmate Michael Anthony on bass, drummer Jason Bonham, and guitarist Vic Johnson. The band has just announced a pair of upcoming Nevada shows, July 14th in Lake Tahoe at Harvey's Amphitheater and on July 15th at Pearl at the Palms in Las Vegas. And some Pennsylvanians can soon get their money back for events that were canceled in the early months of the coronavirus pandemic. Secure Ticket Purchase has agreed to refund Pennsylvanians who bought tickets on its site, boxofficeticketsales.com, for events that were canceled before November 19th of 2021, according to the settlement this week with the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office. After the pandemic struck in March of 2020, causing the cancellation of concerts, sporting events, and other entertainment around the world, the company changed its refund policy, only offering store credit and not money back for customers, the Attorney General's office said in the statement.
Wow. Did you guys, there were a couple of things that I had purchased that had to be canceled.
There were things I was looking forward to attending, but I had not actually physically purchased tickets at that point. But I know a lot of people had issues. Now, there were some artists that immediately said, okay, so you can get money back in your pocket, we're going to make sure everything's refunded.
Yeah.
And they worked whatever they worked. But I remember this being an issue, and it is illegal, is it not, Kathy? You have to have order.
Yep. Attorney General Michelle Henry said in a statement, Secure Ticket Purchase thought they could walk away with consumers' hard-earned money by changing their refund policy in the middle of the pandemic.
They changed it in the middle of it?
Yeah.
My God.
I bought
That's
Pearl Jam.
fraud.
I bought Pearl Jam tickets in April of 2020 out in Arizona. And
Right.
obviously, that ended up not happening. But Steve, when that because they were supposed to do that tour, that Gigaton tour.
That's right.
And they gave you the option of give you the money back or hold on to your tickets, and hopefully the tour will be, and eventually it was rescheduled. So did most bands follow that pattern?
I don't
There had to
know.
have been some things that just couldn't get rescheduled.
Right.
You know,
Because, Kathy, we were talking about, friends at Live Nation and everything about just the general. What happened was we knew this was going to happen, is that there was nothing for so long, and there was a building catalog of shows that needed to get into venues, and then everything just tipped, and now there's just a massive influx of shows. And you're right, some people are just not able to tour because there's nowhere to go to.
or maybe it was rescheduled and you couldn't go.
Yeah,
Right.
true. That's actually true. Yeah.
all of a sudden now you're indisposed that day or whatever.
Right, yeah.
And I had flights that were obviously canceled, and there was no option of refund. Only
Yes, sir. On flights?
No,
it was
I thought it
actually
was-
fairly easy
You could
to
either
get
get
refunded on the flights.
Another flight or a concert.
No,
mine was it was a flight credit.
Mine, you got your money back. You had to. They originally were doing credit. They kept pushing it, and then finally they released information where you just had to go. Now you had to file for it.
Yeah,
but
I didn't do that.
You got your money back.
But you know what? I ended up using the credit anyway. So
Correct me if I'm wrong, but they have to provide a cash back in things like that, Kathy. There has to be an option that allows you to get your money. They can't corral you into credit.
And to
That would be at least my understanding for most things. That would be illegal. Right?
Like, well, you mean now or during the pandemic?
Well, just in general.
Well, in general, I think it
unless
depends
it's
on
a
the
stated policy of purchase.
I think it depends on the type
All
of
right.
ticket you purchase, and some of them are just going to be a credit.
I still have airline credits from 2020 that and it was I got like a partial refund. And then
How
they
does that
gave me,
happen?
I don't know. And honestly, Steve, like it was so weird and hectic during that
Right,
time. And
right.
you're just trying to figure out what the hell was going on. So some flights that were booked, I think you got cash refunds, and then some you get flight credits. And yeah, they expire at the end of 2023.
I was just going to say, you better look to
yeah.
see the expiration
So I
date
have to
on
use
it.
them at some point this year.
From what I understand, in that group that purchased those tickets, Nick, you can redeem them for private jet flight with Pearl Jam.
Oh,
so yeah.
all
So
right.
that's a
I didn't read the
bonus.
fine print.
Yeah,
that's cool.
All right, so this settlement puts all ticket resellers on notice. If you deceive Pennsylvanians to maximize your bottom line, you will be held accountable, said the Attorney General. The Las Vegas-based company could not be reached for comment on Wednesday. Pennsylvanians who bought tickets through this site for an event that was canceled before November 19th, 2021, and have not received their money back can file a consumer complaint with the Attorney General's office. The form can be filled out online, or you can also email consumers@attorneygeneral.gov. Complaints must be filed by June 26th.
Now, Kathy, yesterday you helped Casey with his shipping issues. Can people who are having issues with this concert situation call you as well?
Call me. Well, unfortunately, I don't work for the government.
Oh, all right.
Otherwise, I would have.
I wonder if there's a business there for you, Kath.
Totally. Don't you remember years ago? I think we had him at Y100, and then we had him early on here at MMR. But it was the guy that wrote a book about how to deal with consumer, like customer relations, and how to get what you want out of them when something goes wrong.
I remember that dude. He was good.
Yeah.
Wait, and then there was another business we talked about recently that's like Call a Karen.
Oh,
or like
yeah.
Karen for your dirty work. It's a small business out of Pittsburgh, and you can hire these women who will sit online with customer service
And
for you
become a
and do
nightmare.
whatever.
Yeah. All
Do
right.
whatever you need.
Yeah, because Kath, you had when I was flying back to Florida when we were down there for Universal, my flight got delayed by
Oh, yeah.
2 hours, and so I woke up that morning. I was supposed to fly out, and you were like, "Oh, you can get a full refund for that because it was over an hour." And I went to that website, and I couldn't find anything that.
You can. You have to. I can. But you took a flight, so
yeah.
Your money's going to go there. But if you didn't, you would have been refunded. You would have had to have been refunded.
Okay,
So
but since
somewhere-
I flew anyway,
Now you're
okay.
SOL.
Okay.
Because you got on the plane and
Which
I
is
don't
an
know
aviation term.
if there's anything you can do at this point. Yes.
But you can complain that there is a way to do it. You contact their customer service, and
I'm so bad at that.
But you say that it was delayed the 2 hours. They'll probably offer you some sort of points or whatever, but might as well take it.
It's just the same thing like when you get a notice that you're part of a class action suit and oh really
yeah,
and that your money's coming your way, and I'm like I'm terrible with that. I never follow up. The one time I think years ago when I was at WDRE in New York, I followed up and I stood to make $5 or something like that. So that kind of it's never going to be, oh my God, I'm rich of a class action suit.
That's what we have in music news.
All right. Well done.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. That makes up for you being late for traffic earlier.
All right, well then, so that's music news, and we're going to take another break.
Come back after that.
No, wait.
Oh,
You wanted to do a giveaway.
Hold it right there.
We have a pair of passes to see Prime Video's Air, starring Ben Affleck and Matt Damon.
Yes.
And that screening is going to be on Wednesday, April 4th at 7:30 at the Regal UA King of Prussia.
Great reviews, the story of Air Jordans, right?
Yeah, so let's take caller number 23.
What a great number.
Because that's Michael Jordan's number. And we're going to hook you up with a pair of passes for that screening, which is going to be next Wednesday. And we're going to take a break.
Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
It's great. We need to isolate that.
Yep, we have it.
Just the one more time.
God, she's awesome.
I'm not even going to go into the details of that particular.
You know it is, yeah.
To that particular.
Using your mouth to provide pleasure.
Yeah, but it goes into some detail, and I'm not going to go into that right now.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Okay, number 6
I was going to say
says.
that some men might need that detail, so look it up if you need it.
Yes, yeah, for real.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and ask. Feel free to ask what they prefer. I think anyway.
That's
do you like it when I do that?
Yeah.
When I go like this?
Like
What is it about good?
Oh, I thought you were
I was
queuing
right.
that one up again.
It's still good.
All right, so here's another one.
Yeah.
And I think we agree on this. The ladies say, let us finish first.
Yes.
By finish, you know what I mean.
Yes.
Everyone knows the second he's done, sex is done. It's polite and it's logical. Men usually save their last moment for intercourse.
Yeah.
It's the finale. I mean, the confetti comes out, you know.
Yeah. But it also says, but don't stress if we don't.
That's right.
If we end up not having that happen.
You then?
Yeah. No. Women. Don't
So not finish.
Don't stress. I'm reading the article from a woman's perspective.
Okay.
Don't stress if the woman doesn't complete.
It would probably help if you said it
no,
like
you should
with a
stress.
woman's voice. So we.
I don't have the thing.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I didn't finish. I didn't like it, and I wanted you off me all the time. But you're the king.
Oh my God.
You're the best, Rubber Johnny.
Casey almost spit coffee out.
Rubber Johnny.
That's his name.
Rubber Johnny is that
Yeah.
character that Steve is playing.
Oh, Rubber Johnny. Oh, yeah. Oh,
That's
yeah.
from a song.
Oh, you're the king. You're the king. All right. Now I'm going to Floral and Hardy.
It's saying that if the woman does not complete, you don't have to freak out about it. So that's just what this particular article says.
Just don't
But I
give
mean-
up too quickly.
Oh no! You want to
Yeah.
listen? There, yes.
You can go get tools.
Yeah, you can work really, really
I
hard,
need a new drill bit.
but at some point, we know where Marissa's priority is.
Well, I'm just speaking for the women that Kathy's not representing.
Thank you.
But if she says, "Hey, we tried. Let's move on,"
Yeah.
then you got to move on.
Then one last thing, it says here is what women would like the first time that you sleep with them.
That's right. This is all under the umbrella of first
First time.
encounters.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. That actually
missed that
casts a different. I wasn't keeping that in context. It's like when I play Jeopardy and I forget the category. Yeah, so that changes some of my responses.
And then finally, say something nice afterwards.
You seem to be
Says-
planning for the future.
It says some men clam up because they're concerned that they didn't perform well,
You know, for as small as that is, I actually enjoyed it.
and they don't want verbal confirmation. If they rave about how great it was, you might come back with a dry, well, it was for one of us. And it says, we get that, but you may need, and I should be saying this in a female voice.
Let me do it.
We get
It's
that,
okay, baby.
but
You just say it and I'll repeat it.
we get that, but you need to understand that women operate differently. If there was a problem, talking about it helps. If it was great, talking about it makes it even better. At the very least, give us a squeeze and a kiss and say, I think you're amazing.
I think you're amazing, too.
Yeah.
A squeeze and a kiss.
I think you're amazing.
I love the way your skin generates mucus.
All right. Do you want to hear what the men say?
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, okay, this is your first encounter.
Yep.
And what men say they want.
Yes. All right. 7 things men wish women would do the first time they have
Okay.
sex. All right. Here we go.
Stop telling you to get off.
No. Number 1, keep the lights on. Says a bit of a mood lighting is great and preferable to a gnarly bright room, but total darkness isn't. It's hard enough for him to guess if you're enjoying what he's doing by looking into your face and reading your body language. Trying to determine it when he can't see a thing is damn near impossible.
Do you like rave lighting?
No. But I can see that. Yeah. Look, complete darkness, total darkness, no.
No.
I do like a darkly...
accents of light.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. It's just a little bit to so that you don't. I'm having a really good time.
Man. Okay, never mind.
Okay, no,
Go ahead.
I need to hear
Take it now.
There was one time, my girlfriend at the time and
Yeah.
we were at somebody's house whose parents were out of town.
Yeah.
Which is just licensed to have at
Yep.
it. So we go up into a bedroom. It's later in the evening, and it's pitch black dark, and I'm doing this. Okay. And our friend, I think it was our friend Cindy, comes in and flips on the brightest lights in the world. And I'm like, I mean, buried in it. And it was just, when those lights came on, it was like, oh my God.
What happens is that it's like seeing a bar you go to in the broad daylight.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's jarring.
Different story.
You look up, your mouth looks like you're in a watermelon eating contest.
So anyhow, a little bit of light. Guys would like a little bit of light. I'm okay with that. Number 2 says, don't stress out about your own body. A guy said, I slept with a girl who was so paranoid, she wouldn't let me touch her anywhere. She kept pushing my hands away and saying things like, don't touch my stomach. It's revolting. I gave up after a while and sex didn't happen at all. Because these are features that she didn't find flattering about herself.
And that's so it's a sad thing to feel that way. And we all have our insecurities.
Sure.
And once you realize that, but a lot of times, again, people come in with standards that they've seen cultivated in movies and Instagram filters and all that stuff, and they think, oh my God, I'm falling short. And the truth is, you're normal, and a lot of what you see is abnormal.
It says, insisting on darkness, hiding under the covers, keeping your bra on because you don't like your breasts.
I keep my bra on.
Wearing a T-shirt to bed. We're getting better, but a lot of women are still unnecessarily self-critical about their own bodies.
Yeah.
Number 3, don't overreact if all does not go to plan. This is guys. This is what they want women to do. Not overreact if all does not go to plans. It really helps to remember that you aren't the only one out to impress that very first time. Performance anxiety is real, and an anxious owner makes for, it says here, a penis that doesn't want to come out and play. It's normal for him to have issues the first time. It doesn't mean that he doesn't fancy you or that your body isn't good enough. It just means that he's nervous and as nervous as you are.
That is so true.
And
that's what Rubber Johnny taught me.
It says, ditto if he finishes too soon or takes too long.
Hey, Ron Jones, Supercharged 93.3 WMMR, everything that rocks. 10:34 Thursday morning.
Yes, no sad, bro. Thursday, sunny outside. It's going to be a high of 48 today.
Yeah.
Which is very nice. It was a lot of fun on the show today. Listen, we're juggling things, and we're sans Preston, and again, seeing a lot of your well wishes pop up online and on social media, and I can guarantee you that Preston and his family are very happy to have you support them, and we'll find out what's going on, and hopefully things are breaking better for them, and we will, be back with him soon. So
I got a text from him a little earlier, Steve.
Oh,
I
nice.
just wanted to
Okay.
reach out and say hi and see how he was doing. And there's a lot going on. It's a lot of juggling, but him being there is a good thing.
Yeah, good,
And
good. And that
so-
was the whole reason for him to do this. And, and he drove to Kentucky. So
Yeah, it's a long few days with a lot on his plate. So obviously we're thinking about him, but he seems like he's doing a little better today than he was yesterday.
Yeah, it's not Preston himself. It's his issues with the family. And as he said earlier this week on the show, it's his dad specifically, and his mom is going through some stuff as well. So you deal with those things. It's part of life. And another part of life, Case.
Hey, dude.
Legend has just walked in the room.
Just walked in. He's
Mr. Pierre Robert.
Oh, my God.
How are you, Pierre?
Hello.
Wow. Wow. That's a very resonant voice for today, for a Thursday at least.
I have arrived.
Hi.
Hi. How are you, kids?
Doing well.
I'm giving you A+ today.
All right.
Wow. Well, we appreciate that.
A+ and greatness.
Wow. Well, really? Because that on the Bill Weston conversion scale, does that put us at a C+?
No, that's a B-. But Pierre grades on a curve.
Yeah. Yeah. We appreciate that.
I live on a curve. But there you have it.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. And sometimes it's you got to, when things change a little bit, and you have to kind of adapt and do it. But the reaction's been pretty good. So we're glad people are being kind enough to stick with us.
I told Casey this yesterday. He does a great job of the ins and outs of the music and, setting things up for the next piece.
And then I give the homily, and it's all good.
You give the homily.
It is not part of my muscle memory at all. Like, I'm not a host. I'm barely a producer.
No, you're a great producer, but we all have our jobs, and we fill them. And when you're slightly off your footing, it wreaks havoc with you.
I'll never forget when back in the Preston, Maryland, Steve days, Maryland was out one time, and I had to do traffic for her. And she came in the next day. She's like, man, that was like job security right there, listening to me do traffic. I was like, yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
But anyway, so... yes, we need to get a letter.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
we're building towards a word.
Yes.
And
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and today, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you by the letter...
R as in robust.
All right, that's 4 in a 5-letter word, and we're giving away a pair of 2023 winter season passes for Montage Mountain, home of the Preston and Steve car. I love that it's our home for the Hardcore Classic.
What a blast, man. I'm so looking forward to it for next year. And also perhaps things we can do up there throughout the summer. So we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, so included with each pass, by the way, is enjoy first tracks on weekends and holidays. That's 1 hour prior to the public. Tickets to Mountain Fest 2024, 10% discount on Montage Mountain food offerings, and much more. Season passes are on sale now for the lowest price offered for next winter, with payment plans available. And the price does go up on April 2nd. So you want to visit montagemountainresorts.com to get yours today.
Okay, and what's coming up on the show today, Pierre?
Well, we will have a workforce block of Jimi Hendrix and Offspring, Eric Clapton's birthday today. So a block of Eric Clapton. A couple of sets of tickets to give away. I have Elvis Costello, who's going to play with his dear friend Nick Lowe. This is going to be a perfect show.
That's great.
Yeah, and special guest Charlie Sexton. So we've got those tickets to give away. They're going on sale Friday, as well as Queen and Adam Lambert tickets also going on sale on Friday.
I remember when Charlie Sexton came on the scene. I think he had a hit when he was 17 or something like that. Yeah. What was it? Beat So Lonely? Was that the?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, but he was all the rage.
He played in Bob Dylan's band for a while.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, he's a fascinating guy.
That's cool.
But I mean, what a lineup. Elvis and Nick Lowe. Nick Lowe wrote the song Peace, Love, and Understanding. What's so funny about Peace, Love, and Understanding that Elvis had a huge hit with.
Yeah.
Nick Lowe used to produce his albums. So the fact that they're going to be on the same bill is
That is
just
a great
perfect.
bill. Yeah, awesome. We didn't get to thank our guest, by the way, for today.
Yeah.
We had Brian Propp on the show. And Casey, do you have the specifics about the event there?
Yeah, so Celebrity Face-Off, it's going to be Saturday. The game starts at 1:30, but like doors open around 12. And it's going to be 3 periods, 20-minute periods. And then afterwards, they're going to have like a little happy hour get-together. And that's all happening at Iceworks in Aston, PA. And prop26.com for information and tickets. That's PROPP26.com.
I'm President Steve, Nick. Is it the information? All right, thank you. And we had John Brazier in talking the Phils and all the opening day today, which is awesome. And Lisa Traeger was also on. She's going to be at Punchline over the weekend. Very funny. Sponsors case.
Yes, let's do this. I'm going to hit this little button. Oh, yes. All right, Preston Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston Steve Show runs on Duncan. And we're also brought to you by Family & Company Jewelers. Getting engaged. Get her the perfect engagement ring from Family & Company, South Jersey's diamond destination.
All right, so tomorrow on the show we have Felt Face. Yes, the comedian Felt Face. Very funny. And other fun and hijinks will ensue, I'm sure. No sad, bro. We got a whole bunch going on, stuff to give away. So we will see you tomorrow. And rage on, everyone, and stay nooch.
Yeah, keep it in nooch.
Keep it in nooch. All right.